Hi! Welcome in. Welcome in, you guys. I hope y'all are doing good today. I woke up like 15 minutes before stream and I realized I needed to do everything to get my stream ready. I had to like set up the whole game overlay in OBS, and I had to make all my posts, and I had to add the link to everything, and then I had to like tag everybody. So I was like speed running. I was like 5 minutes before stream, you know, like that meme of like that one guy that's like sweating as he's like clicking furiously on his computer. And that was me setting everything up. But welcome in, welcome in. Let's see. Who took my first today? First was taken by Alex. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Alex, for taking my first. It makes me very, very happy you could take my first today. We got Daily Pillows. We've got Ren. We've got Alex, Diablos, Jeremy, Leonix. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, and I was so busy trying to speedrun it, I didn't even have time to start eating my chicken sandwich until after I went live. And then I just like shoved a whole spicy chicken sandwich in my mouth. I was like, okay. Gulped it down with some water. I'm ready. I'm ready for my lesbians. But I've been so hyped to play this, you guys. Oh my gosh. The devs were so, so sweet. They sent me the key to this game. We won't be able to play the full route today. We won't be able to play the full game today. But we will be able to play up to Act 2, Scene 1, they said. I can play that up to that today. And then next time, they told me it would be okay for me to finish playing the full game. So we'll probably finish playing the full game sometime next week. But for now, today we'll only be playing a little bit of it. But if you guys like this game, you should consider wishlisting it on Steam or even buying a copy of it for yourself. Yeah. But I'm so excited to play it. The music and the art's so fucking pretty, dude. Like, look at how soft the art style is. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. So let's do it. Let's do it. More girl romance. Yeah, dude, you know I love them girls kissing. Let's do it. Welcome in, Chains. Yeah, I'm ready. The flowers of summer shall wither, the leaves of autumn shall fall. Against a transient world, we are doomed to defiance, to the eternal folly of man. Oh my gosh, we're getting deep right in the start. And so, the winter snow falls. So pretty. Also, the Japanese voice acting in this is so nice. It's very soothing. Was a hi, Sammy. Hi, Merciful. A terrible chill hangs in the air, the season proving bitter as it often is here. On this cold day, a great throng of students slowly shuffles through the piled snow of the university grounds, the day's lecture finally over. Some gossip freely with friends, while others fawn over their partners. Most, however, stroll silently. Amidst the sea of people walks one unremarkable student among many. It went without saying that I'd like to go to university. I was called smart, clever, intelligent. I quietly liked the praise and saw no reason to fight others' ambitions for me. As long as people told me I was doing well, I hardly cared what I did. I wouldn't say I have a career in mind, nor any particular plan for the future. I barely chose this way of life at all. I simply fell into it. Things happened around me, and I followed the path of least resistance. I never considered what would happen when I had to think for myself. The train rattles and shakes as it trundles along the desolate city outskirts, the air inside stifling from the heaters. The seats always fill before I get on, so standing awkwardly for the long ride has become normal by now. With little else to do, I stare out the train doors. My thoughts soon turn inwards as they so often do in quiet moments. No needing to study a day of high school has paradoxically made university all the worse. Faced with the more difficult problems and never having needed to work at understanding something before, I found myself restless. Oh my god, dude, I relate to that so fucking hard. I never studied at all in high school and just kind of breezed through it. And then when I got to college, I like fell apart, dude. It was hard. It was hard. 'Cause when you breeze through everything in high school, you never actually learn how to study, to memorize the things that are boring to you. And that shit sucks. That shit sucks. It was definitely difficult for me when I first started college too, so I like hard feel that. Also, hi Cryo, welcome in. One might turn to friends for support, but my nature seemed to drive others away. I always got on better with teachers than other students in my case. The city outside becomes distant, its glass buildings reflecting a gray sky. The only color to be seen is that of the bright red Sapporo TV tower, its wire-frame girders beaming through the white snow. Yeah, dude, it's such a relatable feeling, I feel like. Not having traveled outside of Hokkaido, it's difficult to view life here in an objective sense. That remoteness hasn't hurt the city, though, having every convenience one could hope for despite its distance from Tokyo. The snow season has brought the annual increase in tourists with it, a topic of some debate given the fuss and crowding they cause. The hotels and snowfields continue their trade, though, as while Sapporo may be the capital of Hokkaido, their money is still sorely needed. What is this game about? Lesbians. But dark lesbians. Cranes work day and night to build new apartments, the city's population ever rising. The bustling train station is one of the more modern in the country, a landmark of glass outside and high technology inside. Even the trains themselves are kept in eerily perfect condition, as if every trip were the first of the day. Sapporo never stops changing in order to keep up, as if locked in a rivalry with Tokyo's modernity. Is any of this right? I couldn't really say. Like me, everyone keeps going about their day in this ever-changing city, even as the past disappears around us for modern developments, new businesses, and more money. That place now passing by the train window is where I was born, and where I expect to die. Perhaps it's fate that I live in this grayscale city, so fitting for someone like me. The walk from the station to my house is thankfully much shorter, though the idea of selling it and getting an apartment closer to school is something I've considered more than once. Having passed the local cemetery on the way, I enter. Yeah, we got lesbians. Hell yeah. Having slipped off my shoes, the patter of feet on the wood echoes about as I enter the spacious living room. A flimsy plastic bag carries dinner from the nearby convenience store in one hand, while the well-worn messenger bag for school remains strapped on my shoulder. Also, hi, Nyla. As my eyes adjust to the light, a familiar unease comes over me, the unease of true solitude. A haunting silence hangs in the air, the room size only magnifying the effect. Few things provoke this unsettling feeling so deeply as an empty house which shouldn't be. Oh, living all alone. With my money largely going towards university fees and keeping the house, most of the rooms have been neglected. The table before me might appear a stately wooden construction, but the lies exposed by the veneer having flaked off in a corner, exposing a cheap particle board. Oh my god, my girl shops at IKEA. She's so real. She's just like me, for real, for real. I'll go to the furniture store and replace it with something. Replace it sometime, I think to myself, as I hang my coat and bag. Of course, sometime is vague enough that I can rationalize away that time never coming. With my food quickly growing colder, the house itself being a little warmer than outside, I settle myself down on the cushion. The air soon fills with the studied and monotonous voice of a television news presenter as I begin to eat. Oh my gosh, she really is just like me, eating while she's watching TV. The lukewarm set meal is, for better or for worse, consistent in the way that convenience store food usually is. The same goes for the bitter green tea which washes it down. The occasional click of chopsticks is all that serves to punctuate the uninteresting news report. The woman's voice rattling off the details of another traffic accident from snow-covered roads. A routine day, just like any other this year. My attention begins to drift from disinterest. My eyes settle on the cardboard box on the side of the table. I half-heartedly consider throwing it away, but, like most, I decided to use it for storage. For what and when, I hardly know. It still has the shipping label attached, now that I look at it. To think that one thoughtless order of an otherwise nondescript book from a second-hand store would change so much of my life. The idle thought confirms my plans for the evening. Putting myself to work in order to calm my nerves, I turn off the television and sort the remnants of dinner into burnable and recyclable trash. Dude, this girl, lonely. She's lonely, dude. With that, I take a long breath and head into the study. Even as I walk up the stairs, I become acutely aware of the sensation from the bandages on my left arm, a now permanent reminder of this grim pastime. Oh my god, is she like doing alchemy? Is she trying to summon her dead parents? A lavish room is revealed as I enter. The musty smell of books and old furniture hang in the air. The haphazard collection of antiques and oddities is the result of a year-long haunting local antique stores and online marketplaces. Anything to take my mind off of what was happening around me. Oh my god, you can literally see the alchemy circle right there. Do you guys see it? Do you see it? The alchemy circle with blood? Brother, I watched enough Full Metal Alchemist to know that's an alchemy circle. Look at that. That's classic alchemy right there. My eyes move down to the floor. What started as a pleasant dark wood is now blighted with remnants of dried blood. The stains run deep no matter how hard I've tried to clean it. The sight going unnoticed by anyone else is one of the few advantages of living alone. Stepping around the faded remnants of chalk between the wooden panels, I stride over to my desk. My laptop full of translation notes lies to one side, while a time-worn leather-bound book lays open on the other. It's likely the oldest object for many miles around here, and treated accordingly. Oh shit. Note assorti sulla natura della magica del sangue. Assorted notes on the nature of blood magic. Oh. The title alone makes me curious, a curiosity which soon developed into an obsession. Before long, that obsession turned from intellectual to the practical. With some reverence, I carefully leaf through the pages. The words of the author, one Isabella di Mora, speaks across the ages as I scan the page. Translating the Italian text has been slow going, not helped by its archaic form, but what progress I've made has yielded good results. My girl translating an ancient Italian tome. Rather, it's been my body which has slowed me down more than anything. Looking between the floor and the book several times, I attempt to visualize the patterns needed to replicate Isabella's experiments. The glyphs and patterns are strange and complex, more than one attempt ending in dismal failure. Realizing I've begun to draw this out to avoid the necessary pain for as long as possible, I set the book down at its open page and set about its preparations. Damn, bro, they got Greek all up in this? There's a lot of Greek. Taking a piece of chalk from the pile of seemingly unrelated items on my desk, I kneel down and begin to retrace the intricate plans detailed in the book's pages, every so often standing to consult the sketches I'm using as guides. There's an odd beauty in the intricate patterns slowly appearing on the floor, one concentric circle is followed by another, mysterious symbols and figures filling the spaces between them. Isabella's process of experimentation and discovery, the result of a great mind imprisoned by her family, has been fascinating to uncover page by page as my translation progressed. Trying to replicate her results would soon prove even more intriguing. Slowly but surely, the detailings come to an end and the last of the lines meet. Coming to my feet, I set the chalk back down and set about the more distasteful side of the project. Yeah, it's blood magic. You gotta use blood. If you guys are squeamish, you might want to look away, I feel like. My heart racing. I pull my left sleeve to well above the elbow, revealing the blotchy, cream-colored bandages stretched down a good portion of my arm. There's a strange feeling in keeping something hidden despite being surrounded by oblivious others. Little by little, I unravel the dressing, leaving enough at the top of my arm to avoid it falling. As the skin beneath is revealed, one dark red line after another blights the pale flesh around it. Some have already scarred, soreness and itching reminding me of their presence. Reaching to the desk, I take my knife in hand. The blade is nondescript by choice, bought along with random items I didn't need to avoid rousing suspicion. Bringing it to my arm, I hover above a spot below the last cut in hopes of not interfering with its healing. My heart begins racing as the knife settles against the skin. The sound of my breathing is maddeningly loud as it reverberates around the room, becoming ragged. My knuckles whiten as I clutch the knife's cold metal handle in my shaking palm. I mean, she's doing blood magic. Where do you think she's getting the blood from, family? It's in the title of the book she's got. I dearly hoped this inhumane act against myself would become more natural, but even now my instincts scream at me to stop. Instinct isn't so easy to be snuffed out. As the moon's light glints off the cold utilitarian blade, I press the tip of the knife to the side of my arm. Whoa. Yeah, you do need blood magic, blood for blood magic. Yeah, it's in the name. It's like trying to make like a banana bread but without bananas. You know, that's just bread. In one practiced motion, I overcome my body's pleading and force myself to slice the blade across. Pain lances through my body and mind. Gritting of my teeth is the only thing stopping my painful whimpers from escaping. The tool's job done, I throw it to the ground and clutch my arm tightly. Dark crimson fluid seeps from the open wound, soon flowing freely down my arm and over my hand. Crouching down, I put myself to work to pull what attention I can from the wound. Putting my hand out before me, I straighten my index and middle fingers as thick, warm blood begins to drip from them. Trying my best to minimize my nervous shaking, the chalk outlines soon turn red as I trace them out in a slow but steady pace. I have to take this carefully, I remind myself. My body can't afford to do this often, every attempt meaning days of recovery. I'm already weak, and winter's efforts hardly help. As the last of the white chalk turns to a wine-dark red, I stand once more and glance about. The moonlight reflects off the fresh blood, a slow trickle still dropping from the floor from my arm. A certain dissonance strikes me between the messy red splatters strewn across the floor and the intricate Byzantine patterns they form. The panicked thought of this being some descent into madness briefly passes my mind. What madman, what crazed murderer could stand in such a spectacle and think themselves sane? Rather than fear such thoughts, I treasure them as I close my eyes shut. They're confirmations that I've not yet lost my mind. I can still see this from the outside. I'm still human. As the book says, I concentrate on imagining the symbols and patterns around me in my mind. My emotions begin to shift and ebb, my nerves somehow becoming swept along in a strangely calming sensation. Oh, it's glowing, it's glowing. As if caught in a river, my thoughts begin to flow. Rather than fight it as I first did, I allow the slow and uneasy trickle to take me, surrendering to the movements in my mind. Some are pleasant, others horrendous, but all prove fleeting and impermanent. What was a river soon becomes a torrent, unidentifiable memories and concepts becoming abstract and indistinct. Thoughts, feelings, sensations all merge together in a surging rush. All physical sense of my body long gone as every emotion pours through me at once. In the swirling and flowing mass, the bedrock below it all begins to sway in the swelling flood. My sense of self nudges and rocks at first, held by the deepest roots, yet little by little against the surging flood. She's going sicko mode. Well, hi, Azura. Welcome in. The soft grass gently presses against my cheek, the dew of early morning contrasting to the sun's warmth. My eyes slowly open, but my body feels too heavy to move. Far from being unexpected, it's now a familiar feeling. She got isekai'd? I think so. My mind too dull to do anything more, I silently watch the flowers before me gently sway in the breeze, while the birds squawk in the far distance. It's all so different and so warm. As if waking from a terribly long sleep, I wearily pick myself up and my senses slowly return. A cloudless blue sky hangs above, with the lush green of the unkept forest surrounding me. It's all so idyllic. Here, there's no bright red tower piercing a sullen sky. The world which stretches out before me couldn't be farther from the hustle and bustle of the city I've left. The warmth of spring and its many scents confuse my senses, jarred by the shift from the cold winter's night I left. The only blemish on the scene is a column of faint smoke from the workshops in the far distance, peeking above the tree canopies. The magic worked. I thoughtlessly say the words to nobody in particular, the nature of what I've done no less surreal to me now than the scant few other times I've successfully managed it. Unfortunately, my senses returning to me also meant that the pain is among them. I quickly set about rebinding my bandages, lest anyone here sees the scars now disfiguring my forearm. Groaning, I focus on making sure they're done tight and firm before fixing the ends once more. As much for myself as any other, I roll my sleeve back down down afterwards to avoid the temptation to look. Adjusting my glasses and dusting myself off with my uninjured arm, I set off towards the town ahead. The town of Sapporo. We in the past, baby. This ain't just an isekai, this is a time travel. An empty, horse-drawn tram trundles along past my field of vision, the steed's hunchbacked owner patiently letting it trot along at a leisurely pace. He pays me little heed as they pass, the clatter of hooves blending with the sounds of passerbys. The shadows are small, so it must be around noon. The flow of time here always throws me off. As I so often do when I come to this place, I find myself just watching. Strolling through as if in a daze, caught up in observing this strange and foreign world. Yet this foreign-feeling world is also strikingly familiar. For reasons unknown, the magic I've been attempting, transference, has reliably transported me here. When I should be in some other country, I instead arrive in the same location, but a century ago. The strangely dressed newcomer soon lost her novelty to the people here, few giving me so much a passing glance as they go about their day. Words can't express how glad I am for the attention fading. So blood magic lets you time travel. Yeah, taking notes. And apparently the people here are so used to seeing her, they don't even bat an eye anymore at her weird-ass clothes. Perhaps I should just be glad it's the Meiji era. My modern clothing would just be another strange dress to them. Some of those walking before me mix Japanese and Western fashion styles even now to varying degrees of success. A couple of children run by, happily chasing another along the street. It all feels so different to the grayscale photos and dry documentaries about the Meiji era, or about history at all. People here feel alive and varied, from the dour to the cheerful. It must be one of them Westerners, yeah. My idle stroll comes to an end as I reach my usual destination. Outside the kabuki venue stands the brightest person here, happily seeing off someone she'd just been chatting to before noticing my arrival. That's our girl! I see we have a visitor. Welcome back, Miss Asakawa. Hello, Lady Yasue. You look well as well. I've told you before, Yasue is perfectly fine. I'm glad to drop the formalities around at least one person. Oh my gosh, look at them. They're bonding. Her yellow kimono is like really pretty. I do like that yellow color on her. Then just Honoka is alright too. Despite my best efforts, I wilt before her sunny disposition as usual. I'm hardly even able to make eye contact as I mumble my reply. Yasue takes the comment in stride, her cheeks hinting at the smile hidden behind her fan. My arm suddenly aches from my wound, causing me to reflexively reach over and clutch it. Such pain is a constant reminder of the cost to get here. The tithe a normal person has to pay to mimic the magic afforded to real mages. Oh my gosh, true mages, such as Yasue. Her magic is no less amazing to watch now than when I first saw it. With mages so few in number in the normal world, and those that do exist keeping a low profile, I'm in some ways blessed to meet one who uses their abilities so openly. Are you alright? I'm fine, just tired. Accepting my waving off her concern, Yasue turns to begin walking, casting a glance behind her to invite me. I quickly skip up alongside and begin to slowly stroll the streets, stealing the occasional furtive glance at the woman as we go. While she's a pretty person in general, I've never quite been able to place her age. I may be terrible at guessing such things normally, but it's her hair which throws me off entirely. I'd call it bleached white, but it looks natural despite her youthful face. Finding myself self-conscious, I run a hand through my bangs to neaten them before adjusting my glasses just so. I'm not particularly good at things like fashion, but for this one person, I want to put in some kind of effort. Oh my god, she's got a crush on her. An ancient mage. Where are you headed? Nowhere in particular. The day's performance is over, so I thought I'd have a stroll to wind down. While I appreciate the company, do tell me if you're tired. I'm well aware you try to hide it, but I have noticed the toll these adventures take on you. And now we know why it's called a tithe in blood. It's because the tithe in blood, the blood is literally her payment to make the travel here. You're in the Meiji era, and Meiji sounds like mage. True. It's all connected. She does her best to make the remarks as gently as possible, but her point is made. I've been hoping she wasn't troubled over such things, but it's hardly the first time she's seen right through me. It all feels so real. It's hard to believe this is how my own city looked like a century ago. I'm sure we all must look rather quaint to someone so far in the future. What brought on this line of thought? Just thinking back to when I first arrived here. You were like a little lost kitten back then. Not quite the image of who I thought might find this place. Yasue punctuates her observation with a churlish laugh, raising my spirits. As we head onto a side street, Yasue stops to greet a friendly hauler walking by. The man happily begins to chat as he adjusts the yoke across his broad shoulders, sacks of goods tied to either end. Not wanting to intrude, I let my thoughts drift back once again. I stumbled about in the grips of terror for some time, wandering into the town, knowing nothing of where I was or how to escape. Nearly frozen in fright, I slinked along the side of the streets, onlookers struck by the bizarre clothing I wore. How fortunate I was for some children to run and fetch Yasue. When she first caught sight of me, I wondered which of the two of us was more surprised. She sensed I was from a different time than others and took me under her wing without a second thought. Hi, Zephyr. We're playing a visual novel. We're playing a Yuri visual novel. I'm very excited for it. Even now, I still feel like her helpless kitten. Oh my gosh. She doesn't know the scene in my world which led to that first journey, though. I wonder if she'd think differently of me for it. As the hauler shuffles off and we start walking once more, Yasue speaks up. Few of our conversations are started by me, though she seems unperturbed by this. How have you been? You spoke of life being peaceful? Peaceful, I suppose so. Things are largely the same as ever. I go to school, come home, eat dinner, and sleep. As for you, this world only contains Sapporo and its people, right? Yasue nods solemnly. I dislike reminding her of the fact, but I have only the most vague understanding of such things. When we were sealed away all those years ago, this world became an unchanging one. That's all it ever will be for us, I suppose. Well, until you arrived. Imagine my shock to have someone from the real world arrive after so long. Aww, they were both lonely. She giggles once more, smiling to herself at the memory. How easily she laughs off her own past awkwardness. The first impression I had of Yasue was perhaps the expected one. So many photos blend together of people in formal outfits, stiff poses, and stern, serious faces. While they may try to humanize history in school, there's only so much a museum trip or classroom lecture can do. My preconceptions would be dispelled in moments. In so many ways, she juxtaposed her ladylike properness with a carefree spirit. Her hair is lavishly cared for, yet flows freely rather than being tied up. Her speech is archaic and uses long, obsolete words only for her to chat naturally and openly. She dresses traditionally, yet gestures wildly and wears her emotions on her sleeve. I know full well I'm going over every conversation we have in my head for days, if not weeks to come, angsting over every misstep or hesitation and overthinking every expression or pause. Yet Yasue will do no such thing. Everything flows off her. It's graceful in a manner, albeit not quite in the way I expected that word to be used, for someone of an era barely past samurai and daimyo. Sorry if I'm a disappointment. If I could save you from this world, I would. You may not be the Grand Mage, but I'm glad to have met you. Perhaps it's for the better that the first to come here would be someone like you. Aww. Not knowing how best to react to her praise, I bashfully look away. My driving desire to be complimented is one of my uglier traits. I can only hope it's one of the few things Yasue hasn't perceived of me. I soon realize I've begun rubbing my arm out of anxiety. For all her praise, I still feel as if I'm telling a lie by omission. How would a mage react to finding the one before them as just some regular person mimicking their abilities through such methods? May I ask you a question on that topic? Feel free to not answer if you prefer. Go ahead. How old are you? I must admit, you seem young for a mage of this skill. The jump in topic forces me to think over the answer for a moment. I can't will myself to tell the truth when she gives such a convenient excuse not to. I turned 20 a few weeks ago, I think. So you haven't... She trails off before finishing her sentence, her expression concerned. I'm left at a loss for words, only growing worse as the spark of realization brightens on her face. Follow me. Please, I promise I'll make it worth your while. Once again, I find myself working to catch up with the cheerful woman. Dim lamps struggle to illuminate the tables around us, the izakaya's air filled with the chatter of patrons and a heavy scent of tobacco. With liquor flowing freely and so many in the tight space, the air has taken on a distinctly muggy feel, many of the animated faces around us flushed a bright red. My gaze rests on the waitresses skittering from table to table, dainty feet in sandals tapped quickly to keep up with the pace of orders. It's a little uncanny. Everything about the experience is so close to a normal restaurant, yet just different enough to throw me off. As always, I do my best to avoid accidentally catching the eye of anyone in particular. Yasue does no such thing, instead looking at me with an indulgent smile. I'm not sure I understand. If this is for my birthday, it's really not a big deal. At this, Yasue makes a show of pouting. You never let me spoil you. I know your world has many lovely things, but I'd like to treat you at least once with what we have to offer. Aww. Birthday dinner. Also, hi, Darth Shadow. It's not like I mind, I just... Oh man, some local beer for this young lady, if you please. The man beyond the counter, as yet unseen, yells out his agreement in a hoarse voice. Wait, I mean, I'm still 20. I haven't even tried drinking yet. And what a better time to try. I easily give up my protests, in light of how happy she is to be treating me like this. I had been too shy to fumble my way through dealing with the bar, and I wouldn't know what alcohol would be a good to start with in the first place. Our drinks arrive quickly, the old man, perhaps the owner, personally bringing the bottles and glasses to our table. Yasue doesn't notice my confusion as she stops to pull out the cork in each. Even I know these usually have bottle caps. 40 sen, thank you. Yasue quickly obliges, passing him 2 odd silver coins. This is the first time I've actually seen sen being used. Regardless, the man cheerfully takes them before hobbling back off to past the curtain. I hadn't taken her for a beer drinker, but she's clearly looking forward to this more than I, as she gives an eager smile. Oh my god, she just wants a day drink. She's like, I'm ready. This is just an excuse for me to drink. I do love women who can chug beer, though. I think that's very sexy of them. I don't like beer, but I think it's very sexy of them. Women who drink alcohol, you're so hot. Trying to paper over my confusion, I quickly take one of the bottles in hand, supporting it in one hand and tipping with the other. I gently pour the amber liquid into the cup, now held by my senior's delicate, spindly fingers. Yasue returns the gesture soon after, an inviting, thick, foamy head forming on the glass I cradle. The calmly bubbling beer gives off a floral scent, a sharp contrast to the mess of crimson which I brought with me here, the smell of blood now uncomfortably familiar. I peer over my drink to Yasue, her gaze patiently gauging my reaction. Perhaps it's my distrust of others, or my own anxieties causing me to overthink every gesture, but I find myself unable to plainly accept what should be a kind gesture. Is it really okay to treat me to all of this? I feel like I've done nothing for you, but you keep treating me so nicely. Chains. I like women too. Real. I love women. I love women so much. They're so beautiful, dude. You don't want to celebrate your birthday? No, it's not that. I had expected Yasue to defend herself. Instead, she stares at me intently as if examining an interesting specimen before her. Maybe this is no different to how we've been interacting this whole time. Another of her elaborate plays, but this time without a script to hand. Each of us left to take our cues from the other, judging and moving in step with the other. As a particularly rowdy patron gives a boisterous laugh beyond us, Yasue smiles and closes her eyes in defeat. Perhaps I've been coming on too strong. I apologize. I've spent so long without new company that I'm slightly terrified that I might lose you at any moment. Of course she'd be scared. She's been sealed away for so long. Everyone here has. That I am important enough to Yasue for her to feel that way about me, even if it's only by circumstance, is oddly nice. It's been so long since I've felt needed by someone. The least I can do is appreciate her generosity. Then I'll make you a promise. I'll always keep coming here, and as often as I can. I mean, that as a student as well, this world's practically a time capsule of history after all. So please share this drink with me. Not for my birthday, but to agree on that promise. Her smile is enough of an answer, the pent-up tension in my body releasing. An odd sense of purpose sparks inside of me, the first I've perhaps felt in my life. With that, we both lift our glasses to our lips and take a long sip. In the end, I only had a few sips of the bitter stuff. Thankfully, Yasue was only too happy to oblige in drinking both of our bottles, and a couple more besides. It seemed the taste of alcohol will take some getting used to. Yeah, I'm just not a beer person. I've tried quite a few beers, tried like a lot of different beers. You're always like, oh, you just haven't had the right beer yet, so I try a bunch of different beers. No, I just don't like beer. I do like other alcohol though. I don't know if you guys have ever had hot sake before. Dude, that shit's so good. Hot sake is the way to go. It's like really refreshing. It's really nice. It warms you up in more ways than one. It's nice. I had heard that drinking before the evening is odd, let alone at noon. Yasue seems to hardly care, though, her face now flushed and gestures decidedly more animated. Of all the images I had of a lady from the Meiji era, the joyful, carousing woman skipping beside me isn't one of them. Damn, sounds nice for winter, cold winter day. Yeah, dude, hot sake during the winter is like the best. It is like one of the best alcohols to drink in the winter. As she gives me a slightly uneven smile, I offer a polite bow. Thank you, Yasue. Today's been fun. Sorry for not having more. Drinking will take some building up to. If I can muster the courage to have another. I'd be delighted to join you if you do. Perhaps it's the drink or simple tiredness, but I find the corners of my mouth lifting. Just a little. Look at her smile. These are smiles I want to protect. I wonder if the stupor will last in the real world now that I think about it. The passing thought only reminds me of the greater lie. Perhaps it's genuine honesty after hearing her own, or the drink making me less inhibited, but I want to tell her the truth. Yasue, there's something I want to tell you. The reason I can't help you escape isn't just that I don't know how, it's... I'm not a mage, Yasue. Not like you. I'm just another person. But if that's the case, how did you... I glance about the people going about their day around us, and Yasue senses my want for privacy. Come, follow me. After a fair hike well beyond the town's limits, we arrive at the edge of the forest surrounding Sapporo. There's a peaceful serenity to this place I've yet to find in my own world. Please tell me what's worrying you. Whatever it is, Honoka, I accept it. The fact she cares should make me feel happy, but it stings my heart so. She doesn't know. She couldn't know. Taking a long breath to steady myself, I look down in shame and pull my left sleeve upward, tug by tug. Before long, the bandages show. Their length chases further and further up my arm, the beige gauze discolored by a blotch of bright scarlet. Fresh blood has pooled by now, the wound still proving sore as my sleeve drags over it. As I dare to look up at Yasue, the woman wears a mournful expression. It's striking compared to her gentle demeanor. What have you done to yourself? I'm not sure how it all works, to be honest. I found a book which someone wrote a long time ago about how a normal person could summon magic like a mage does, like second nature. Somehow, I'm not sure of the mechanics. It lets me do things like this, but needs my blood to work. They call it blood magic, in Italian anyway. In response to my fast-paced explanation, her eyes close. I can see the gears turning inside, the connection between my general frailty and the rapid exhaustion when visiting now plain. Honoka. I know what she's gonna say next. Neither of us want to hear the words. It's not as if I'm dying or anything. It's hard on my body, I can admit that, but for this... Please, Yasue, I want to keep seeing you. Oh, they're both so lonely and they both want to be with each other, but it takes such a toll on her. Oh, she's a bloodbender. Oh my gosh. Also, hi, Norty. Welcome in. She thinks for some time before giving a heartbreaking smile of defeat. I can't very well force you to stop, can I? I'd rather she have scolded me. Without any further defense to be made, I fall silent while looking at nothing in particular. Take care of yourself, Honoka. I'm glad to have met you. You have no idea how so, but please, don't do anything that would risk your life. Do you understand? She's so worried about her. I understand. I'm sorry to have worried you. As I scuffed my feet on the grass in angst, I noticed Yasue's shadow moving nearer. By the time I look back up, my body freezes at how close she's come. Without a word, she reaches out with those long, dainty fingers and grasps the corner of my glasses, subtly evening their position on my face. With that, Yasue steps back and smiles simply. That's what we elders are meant to do, silly. Her point made, Yasue's smile slowly wears off. The time to say goodbye draws near. When the next visit will be is difficult to say, but the fact it will come is certain. I'm not sure if it's imagined or not, but I feel Yasue has become more comfortable with that fact. Understandable for a mage seeing their first visitor in 100 years. Take care, Honoka. Thanks. I'll see you again. My head presses to the hard wood beneath, its hard, cold surface rousing me. Blearily opening my eyes, I let myself stay in place as my senses slowly return to me. The smell of musty books, chalk, and blood play on my nose, the scent making it an unpleasant concoction. My body feels impossibly heavy. The stupor seems to be gone entirely, lost to the world I just left, but the experience of transference takes a heavy toll on my strength. Honoka does the bandages herself on her arm. She basically ties the bandages herself, but she was showing it to Yasue. Forcing myself to stand, I stagger to my feet with my hand on my desk for support. I find myself unable to do anything but stand idle in the cold, empty room. My tired eyes stare blankly out the window, the moon's dim light reflecting off the bare branches of winter. Silence hangs in the air, moonlight illuminating the motes of dust floating in the evening's darkness. My head feels empty, no matter how hard I try to form so much as a fleeting thought. Simple exhaustion, I tell myself. With little desire to do anything else, I begin the walk to the bathroom before settling in for the night. The floor still bears the scars of my work, the book which started it all laying open amid the disorganized desk. Take care, Hunter. Hope you have a wonderful day. I'll get some cleaning supplies and wash off some of the mess, I think to myself. Sometime. Oh man, I feel like... First of all, the visuals of this is amazing. Like the very strong contrast of the modern world being very dark and gray versus the past being very vivid and bright and colorful. The flowers of summer shall wither, the leaves of autumn shall fall, against a transient world. Oh, well, it was at the beginning anyways, yeah. But to me, it feels like I'm theory crafting right now. I'm brainstorming. But I think this also feels like there's a potential that she's probably going to give up her life in the modern world in an attempt to bring herself to the past. Because, I mean, she doesn't really have any ties in the modern world. So maybe she's going to try and go to the past only to realize, you know, that she's got to sacrifice her life in the real world to, like, officially untie the tether or something to break Yasue out or something. It's going to be tragic. I can feel the tragedy building, and I'm rubbing my greedy little hands together like a fly. I can't wait to fucking cry. I can't wait to sob. I can tell this is going to be tragic. Look at them. Yeah, the art's so gorgeous, dude. It's so beautiful. The Free-Spirited Librarian, Act 1, Scene 2. With the taste of coffee from the station lingering in my mouth, I idly watch the scenery stroll by with weary eyes. Another day begins, my daily routine now so deeply ingrained that getting to university requires little more than muscle memory. Considering they're separated in time, yeah, it seems like a star-crossed lovers kind of thing. Yeah, I know. Well, I may want to visit Yasue again. Practicing blood magic won't be possible until my body has some more time to recover. Until then, I have little choice but to live out another day in this world. I count it among my worst traits, but I've always had a tendency to eavesdrop. My attention drifts from one conversation between passengers to another, living vicariously through others without the bother of involvement in their lives. Others seem to be in a good mood from overheard clips of conversation. One salaryman talks to another about looking forward to the end of the week, being Friday. Schoolboys chat about their plans for the weekend and the new game they're into. My life may have stopped, but those of others have kept moving. Plucking my phone from my bag for a distraction, I begin to check various messaging apps to get across what I've missed. Plans are being made, rumors spread, while cute pictures and jokes are posted. While I might have tried to keep contact with friends from previous schooling, we inevitably drifted apart without the connection of being classmates. These days, such morning browsing just covers the daily news and message board threads. It's funny how different this is to Yasue's time. She couldn't. The screeching of the train's brakes puts an abrupt halt to my thoughts. People yelping in surprise at the unexpected shuddering. The stop is so sudden that I have fallen if not for putting a foot out before me. Another way I can see this going, maybe even alternate route, is that it isn't real and she realizes this was a form of escapism. Maybe. That would also be tragic in its own way, too. But it low-key makes me think of those memes where, like those really fucking dark memes, where it's like the noose and like the circle of the noose. You see like the anime girls in the anime world being like, come on, Anon, let's go together to the anime world. That's what I think of when you say that. That's what I imagine. The momentary chaos at an end, I right myself and slip my phone back into my bag. Discontented passengers question and murmur as the train comes to a stop far from any station, soon quieting as a monotonous voice from above echoes around the carriage. We apologize for the inconvenience. This train is currently stopped due to an accident on the line. Oh? The short, almost curt message only causes more consternation among the passengers. Others around me begin to quietly chat between themselves, wondering if the train ahead of us broke down or if the bitter cold has caused line problems. Some wonder aloud if someone died, the scandalous excitement to their whispers barely hidden. Seconds turn to minutes. The train shows no signs of moving for some time yet. The more impatient passengers pace about the aisle, though most settle into reading books or phones. With the heat inside only growing more stifling, I look out at the snow-covered world outside with some longing. As I do, a movement catches my eye from the tracks below. Catching a glimpse of blue, I realize I've seen something I shouldn't have. A man in light blue overalls slowly makes his way along the gravel towards the front of the train, his face downcast. Dirtied gloves hold a large roll of blue tarlatan under his right arm. I've seen that material in the news. There's only one reason why it would be used here and now. Dead body? Dead body? Is it a dead body? Suddenly finding myself restless, I turn back towards the other passengers. All that faces me is the scene of mild discontent at their mundane routine interrupted, ignorant to the cause. I think he's got the blue tarp because he's going to wrap a dead body. I think that's what it is. Also, thank you for the headpats. Without anything to do with the knowledge I have, I simply take out my phone and begin to scroll through the news feed once more. And so, one more passenger discontentedly waits for their routine to resume. I wonder, does the blood magic have to work with her blood, or could she use somebody else's blood? Because imagine the desperation of her becoming like a killer, for her to activate the blood magic in order to try and create more powerful magic to try to break Yasue out of the sealed realm. The day slowly draws to an end, my last daylight hours spent in the university library, as they often are. The desk where the elderly librarian once sat lies empty, her shawl left draped over the chair's back as a small, perhaps unintended tribute. Ever since she retired, the school struggled to hire another. The two of us had a shared, silent agreement. I often remained in the library long past closing time, allowed to study while providing quiet company to the old lady as she worked to close up for the day. I enjoyed our quiet coexistence, free from the expectations of more. A book sliding into place on the shelf rouses me from my reverie, the new librarian busily working away. One Shino Kikuchi, according to the email which introduced the newest member of staff. Good point. I suppose it depends on the stipulation. Like, is it the giving of self or just any old blood? See, that's what I'm wondering, though. Because, like, I would probably do experiments, like, to see, well, does, like, blood that's already been taken, and put off on, like, a shelf work? Like, if I used a blood bag, would that still activate the spell? If I used, like, pig's blood, because you can just buy that at a fucking butcher. If I used pig's blood, would that work? If I use somebody else's blood, would it still work for the spell for me? Or does it only work on the person who the blood's tied to? Like, I would be running experiments. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be taking notes. I'd be researching that shit. Yeah, she's cute. Only hired in the last month, she's a stark difference from her elder in so many ways, not the least of which being her age. If I had to guess, she'd be in her early 20s at most. At least one thing is alike between them. She, too, lets me stay well in the evening. Perhaps the old librarian passed a note to her. I'm thankful, in any case. I hate being an imposition, but the school provides a far better environment for studying, given the solitude and loneliness of my faraway home. Looking back down at the book before me, a mundane bit of research material for my course, the words begin to dance as I try to read. The more I try to focus on the passages, the more my thoughts skate away. The same happened with lectures throughout the day. One shudder or another in those last moments before the train stopped was what a human's life ending feels like. In that instant, their wanderings in this world ended. So it was a dead body. I was right, it was a dead body. Yet, I have no other tell. The same goes for the bandages running up my arm. They serve as an ever-present reminder of how little I have in common with anyone around me. I should have said this a while ago, but thanks for the company. The unexpected voice from the shelves ahead makes my head jerk upward. I hadn't realized how rattled I'd been from morning experience, and my heart's only now returning to its normal pace now that I have a distraction. Yeah, to be fair, it's important to understand how your magic spells work, and you don't have to take someone else's blood vial and you can be like, hey, can I have a blood donor? Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're allowed to use blood from somebody that's not you and that was already taken and, like, isn't fresh, couldn't you theoretically just, like, rob a blood bank and just, like, steal some blood bags and use that for, like, some really crazy, like, blood magic? Couldn't you literally just do that? She needs to study her magic more. She needs to do some more proper research into this. I know she's translating the book from Italian, but I would have tried other things too to see if it would activate the spell. I don't know, maybe they'll explain it later. Like so many others, the woman wears a smile so easily. I can't help but muse how odd she looks for a librarian, from her athletic clothing to how every movement belies a barely suppressed energy. Thank you for letting me stay. Evidently bored of her menial work in shelving books, Shino takes my reply as an invitation to have a proper conversation. Setting down the book in her hand, she comes over and spins a chair about, sitting herself sideways in a rather inelegant way. Oh my god, look at her. She's sitting so cool. Even the way she sits in a chair is cool as hell. What the hell? While the relationship between Yasuo and I may have a certain push and pull as we feel out each other's boundaries, Shino has no such concerns. Even now, her bright eyes move from me to the textbook in my hands, happily seizing on an opening to get closer to me. You can read Italian? That's so cool. I know a few languages too. That's the way the world is these days, right? I guess so. I need it for my degree. So she wants to chat. That too is a difference between Shino and the previous librarian. One that I like rather less. Anyone who robs a blood bank has to either be a vampire, a blood witch, or an oversized mosquito. Yeah. Yeah. Something throws me off about her, all the more so now that we're close. I can't quite put my finger on it though, making me feel bad once again for being so distrustful towards someone so friendly. As if in answer to my want to end this conversation, a playful ping resounds from Shino's pocket. Her hand dives into her pocket, quickly retrieving her phone to examine the messages. Her face lights up as she starts reading, the woman looking like a child given a new toy as she begins scrolling something or another with her full attention. I don't particularly mind. We all have our appointments and such. A minute or so later, she fumbles with the on-screen Kana keyboard, slowly dragging her thumb across the grid to carefully type in her reply. Noticing my slightly baffled staring upon sending her messages, she gives a grin. These things are pretty cool, aren't they? They might have just been for chatting before, but now it's all cyberspace right in your pocket. The modern world's really amazing. You can talk to anyone in the world so easily, or read an entire library. Oh my gosh, she sounds like an old person. She sounds like somebody who's never experienced technology before, but it is true what she's saying. She's not wrong. What an antiquated way of speaking. I never heard cyberspace used by anyone, at least not without a thick sense of irony. Without intending to, I let my confusion show on my face. Did I say something wrong? No, not at all. It's just, I thought everyone was used to phones these days. She quickly puts her phone away in her pocket and takes her feet once more, slightly embarrassed for my picking up on it. Well, how should I put this? I grew up in the country, so it's only recently I've been able to try things like this. Computers and smartphones are all new to me, really. Oh my god. Country girl, I love you. Yeah. I suppose being a country bumpkin would explain it, though I thought even the most remote corners of Japan would at least have cheaper smartphones but around by now. Not MC being like, you sound like a boomer. If someone like Shino finds phones so exciting, maybe Yasue will too. Getting any signal for internet access is obviously a non-starter, though. What made you come to the city then? Adventure, in a word. I tend to drift between jobs, taking on whatever's interesting. So this is just a temporary for you too? How long are you staying? She gives a simple shrug. Until I get bored of this one, I guess. What an odd attitude. I'd vaguely heard of people who drift from job to job as their whims take them, but this is my first time meeting someone like that. I'd be lying if I said I weren't a little envious of her approach to things. Isn't that hard? Nah. As long as you have the right attitude, life gets a lot easier. You have to dedicate yourself to something along the way, I think. Even if it's something small, I always try to set things right in this world. If I can keep myself thinking that, what's going on at any one time isn't a big deal. Aww. Her words are said with such innocent naivety that I'm thrown off by the strange woman before me. It's not that I disbelieve that a drive to accomplish something is good, but more that it's hard to believe someone when they so earnestly cling to it. Practically anything I've gotten myself into as of late would be problematic to actually discuss with someone else, leaving me with nothing to continue the conversation. Thus, the distance between myself and others grow a little bit more. That isn't to say that the carefree librarian is wrong, though. If there's any cause, any single thing that I can believe in, it's freeing Yasue from that sealed world. She, of all people, doesn't deserve that fate, and I alone have the knowledge to find her. Hi, Marsh. Prompted by the thought of Yasue, my mind begins wandering of its own accord. If Shino wants to talk, I might as well try to get something useful out of her. I was wondering, do you know anything about mages? That's quite the change in topic. I saw a news article about a mage who works as a doctor a few days ago. It just made me curious. That's not entirely a lie. The odd news article or documentary about mages catches my eyes these days, now that I know one. Shino shifts about, discomforted by the subject. She quickly tries to paper over her reaction upon realizing I've noticed. They're an interesting lot, aren't they? There's so few around that you rarely get to see magic actually being used. It's more that it's weird how people so different could be right beside us. That their experiences are so different, but nobody could tell. Do you think so? Your average mage isn't much different to a regular person, you know. It's sad how people are so distrustful of magic. I suppose they do keep their heads down here, though. Besides, powerful mages are something else, right? In Europe, they live way more openly and have ancient bloodlines to who own whole palaces. What government would try to police you if you could break the laws of nature on a whim? Oh. So magic is like a legit common thing that people just know about in this world. That's interesting. It's like, yeah, magic exists. Only certain people can do it. But it's real. We got news articles about this shit. I suppose that's why people get cautious around mages, though. People fear what's different. I can only imagine how powerful a mage must have been to seal away a whole portion of the world. The entirety of old Sapporo and its people, carved away from reality and lingering for an eternity. How anyone there hasn't gone mad is beyond me. Shino's earnestness is no less visible on this topic than the last. Her angst over people disliking mages is quite clear. She hardly seems the type to hide her feelings, earning her some degree of trust. Even if I do dislike her nosiness. Oh my god, is she a mage? Is that why she's like, I mean, those mages, they aren't all bad, you know? I mean, not that, you know, but I'm just saying, I'm sure they're not all bad people. I just, you know, casually shifts eyes. I think Shino was a mage. Realizing time is getting on as the sun begins to set further, I file away Shino as a potential source of information as I get up and slide the book into my bag. Heading home? I should head back before I get too tired. Thank you again for letting me stay so long. So magic is really real and just common knowledge and not just something like cultish. Yeah, I guess so. Though it seemed like the blood magic thing that Honoka is studying is probably a little bit more niche and unknown. I would say that's probably like the more cultish one is the blood magic. My pleasure. Endlessly stacking books in this big building all by myself gets lonely. I like the PNG ascending animation. Yeah. With that, I give an appreciative nod before pulling my coat from the seat and slinging it over my shoulders, my bag following before I start shuffling out of the library. It wasn't a lie that I needed to head back before I got too tired, but the reason goes unsaid. Tonight, I'll renew my efforts on studying my other reading material. If I'm to devote myself to some cause or another, then that cause will be something only I can do. My concerns already begin to feel fleeting as I focus myself on the task ahead. From now on, my purpose in life will be freeing Yasue from her gilded cage. Oh, her girlfriend. She's gonna save her girlfriend. Act 1, Scene 3. A different time. Ooh. Sword and spear ring out as they clash, voices bellowing and men falling as their vibrant cloth swirls about in the violence. No less vivid are the heartfelt expressions from the deepest fury to a most devastating anguish. From my seat in the audience, I watch on silently with rapt fascination. Chushingura, a tale of 47 ronin and their quest to avenge their master, caught between loyalty to their late lord and duty to the shogunate. The story reaches its bloody conclusion, the villain cut down and their lord's spirit at peace. For going against the shogun, however, all will sacrifice themselves for the deed. It's a stirring performance, the actors' heartfelt cries and gestures feeling more visceral than any picture on screen. Like most my age, I thought theater was a little old-fashioned, obsoleted by movies and TV shows. How wrong I was. The crowd's applause, joined by my own, echoes about as the heavy curtains draw across the stage. Another fine work coming to an end. The play is apparently frequently performed here, being very popular in its time and a favorite of Yasue. It's no wonder either. This is a heartfelt tale of honor, in an era in search of a cause, in the tumultuous upheaval of a feudal society becoming a modern imperial power. It's inevitable that many would remember a simpler, somewhat fictional past. Chushingura even resonates with someone like me. It isn't that honor doesn't exist anymore in my own time, albeit in a different form, but that it's distant, something you only hear about on the news. There she is. She was working so hard. The curtains soon withdraw once more, slowly revealing the performers and the director. Yasue stands at the center of the stage, bowing with so many men flanking her. Some are sturdy, while others are slender, some elegant, and others brutish. All natures and appearances are represented, each having given their all in their grand play. Yet not one of the actors was human. Another round of applause ensues from the crowd, who are no less delighted by the illusion than the performance itself. Of course I'm among them, no matter how many times I see it. Yasue's magic still amazes me. Oh my god. She's a one-hit, she's like a one-woman band. She got the whole show running all by herself. With little to occupy myself with following the play, and little desire to intrude in the lives of others, I quietly wait for Yasue outside a large venue, a task made easier by the cool night air. Life goes by slowly here. That contrast is one of the most jarring things about our two worlds. Even the most patient modern people have a sense of urgency about them. They're always thinking of things they need to do, people to meet, and news to read. Here, the old man urging his horse on simply pines for a meal and a bath, his day's work over. There's her girlfriend. As Yasue finally leaves the venue, I call out to her. The way her shoulders relax a little when she sees me waiting doesn't go missed. I trust you enjoyed the show? Of course. I don't get to see kabuki much, and definitely nothing like that. Aww. Yasue gives an indulgent smile at the praise, the two of us starting on our way down the street. It's hard to believe that the road we walk is the very same one I've so often visited downtown, the street layout uncannily familiar. Even as we walk, the odd passerby gives an appreciative bow or word of thanks to Yasue. Her only response each time is a humble, almost shy bow. Yasue must be one of those grand mages Shino mentioned, yet she herself never mentioned how powerful she was. Far from finding herself flustered by those around us, she instead turns to me for conversation. I did have one question about the modern world. Is kabuki still enjoyed? Do you know if my venue is still there? I feel a little pained by her clear hope for a different answer than I can give. In a world of movies, phones, and streaming, theater is largely relegated to more culturally refined. Modernity continued unquestioned. Her theater is little more than a small plaque in the real world, one of many minor landmarks commuters unknowingly walk by every day. Were it not for Yasue's interest in the topic, I wouldn't have noticed the unremarkable sign myself. Said plaque never mentioned Yasue, though. Odd for someone who seems to have practically created the venue's reputation. People have a lot of entertainment available to them these days, so it's usually the older generation who still attends them. Also fertile and flexible. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Theater sells a good audience on the mainland, though. Not so much around Sapporo, but amateur kabuki is still performed here every so often. Aww. I try to put a positive spin on it as I can, but the slight clouding to her expression is enough to see that I failed. It's difficult to communicate just how much she's missed in over 100 years. Much of it harrowing and depressing. Trying to move the topic to more palatable ground, I speak first. With your magic, what drew you to use it for kabuki? Mages are often a little eccentric. Our nature tends towards that which normal society doesn't understand, that isolation changing us. When I saw how delighted people were with what I conjured, I decided then and there to keep doing this for a living. If only my sister had the same desire to remain rooted with the common people. She never mentioned she had a sister. Even now, her words more mumbled to herself than directed towards me. There don't exactly seem to be many mages around. I've never seen one before meeting you. I can only speak for Sapporo, but I'd guess there are only about a few dozen, maybe, within the city. It's difficult to know for sure because many hide their powers or live away from the common people as hermits. Maybe they don't know their power? Yasue gives a reflexive snort at the idea, the crude amusement at odds with her otherwise calm and collected nature. She soon answers my confused reaction. That would be as impossible as forgetting you could see. No mage could simply forget their sense of magic. I see. Sorry, I really don't know much of anything about this. You say that, but you seem to leave this sealed world quite easily. I think to myself about how to communicate such a thing, ending up with another clumsy analogy just as Yasue had used. If I had to put it one way, it feels like holding a rock. Letting go, returning to my normal world is easy. On the other hand, getting here is like making a rock on the ground float up into my hand. Even though I can do this reliably now, it still feels surreal. Does that make any sense? That makes altogether too much sense, actually. I couldn't have described magic any better myself. With this, she emphasizes her point by conjuring a fan into her hand. Magic doesn't fit the laws of physics. We're denying reality, and so reality works against whatever magic's being used. Therefore, maintaining anything magical takes active effort. To use your words, to keep a rock in the air, you have to hold on to it. Simply let your hand loose and... With this, her fan dematerializes in a moment. Oh my god, summoning another little fellow on the screen. I see you. It drops to the ground. Perhaps you're not as ignorant to our ways as you think. I still need to learn more about this. Sorry if you don't like me questioning you all the time. On the contrary, I actually rather like that sense of curiosity you have about you. Have you tried asking your friends about them? I don't have friends to ask. I'm not really the type. You seem rather approachable to me. Here I was, worried whoever might arrive in this world would be some aloof old mage, grown haughty and arrogant from skill and age. She gives an earnest smile to show her sincerity. Maybe it's only our being forced together by these strange circumstances, but having the company of Yasue is something I'm grateful for. For all she accepts my questioning of her, Yasue never pries into my own affairs. Besides, everyone would seem approachable to her. So many walk up to Yasue in the street, and the powerful mage thinking nothing of speaking to them as equals. It would be so easy to become aloof and arrogant with that kind of power. She's so easygoing and has so many skills and interests. In every way, Yasue is a far better person than I am. How unfair is it that someone like her instead of me would be so cruelly sealed away? As we turn a corner, Yasue's soft-spoken voice speaks again. I did have one more question, actually. Where did you get the idea that I was powerful? You have nobody to compare me with, right? The new librarian at my university wanted to chat with me, so I asked about magic. I thought I should know more about something I'm using. Oh, you're in a university. That's wonderful. May I ask what you're studying? I'm a little taken aback by Yasue's excitement before remembering the context. University must have been rare to get into at her time, let alone for a woman. Humanities. Literature, mainly. Well now, how useful that you found yourself in the past. Western literature. The pace of the conversation comes to a stop. Yasue left with an awkward smile. We almost find a common wavelength so often, only to miss by so little each time. Also, hi Jacob, welcome in. How are you? Then again, if it hadn't been for my interest in European literature, I'd have never ordered that book on blood magic. I wouldn't have had the patience to slowly read through the handwritten pages either, my well-thumbed Italian dictionary at hand all the while. What would I put as my bibliography, even if I could use something I found here? A friend told me? I thought you said you didn't have any friends. That was a cheap rhetorical trap, and her teasing face shows she knows it. That said, I find myself rolling the idea around in my mind like a sweet. The thought suddenly comes to mind that I brought something along thanks to chatting with Shino's days earlier. She's gonna show her smartphone. My hand dives into my pocket to retrieve my phone, but before I can show it to her, a cheerful red packet slips out and falls to the ground first. Yasue's curiosity takes control, and she quickly stoops down and takes it in her hands. Oh my god, the chocolate bar. My girl got a Kit Kat brought with her to the past. This is like when they say, I'm gonna give a little peasant boy, Victorian peasant boy Doritos and see if his head explodes. This is just like that. I'm gonna give an ancient, Japanese mage a chocolate candy bar and see if her head explodes. Oh, I completely forgot about buying that. It's just some chocolate. Yeah, it literally just says Choco, yeah. Yasue hardly hears me, entirely captivated by the relic of my world as she turns the packet this way and that. She's probably unable to read the English branding and unused to the modern packaging to begin with. It's a little charming, actually. She's hardly shy about her bewilderment, instead happily playing with the foil edges and trying to make sense of the slogans and marketing. Chocolate? I've heard about this. It's a medicine that's sold in Tokyo. So this has finally made it to Hokkaido then. Medicine, brother, we eat this just for funsies. Oh, it's not medicine. It's just a food. A sweet, I guess. That's a high five. Maybe ice cream too, instant ramen. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I just want to feed her all of the modern foods, dude. Also, imagine all the amazing, like, Western foods you could feed her too. Because odds are she's probably only ever had, like, super traditional Japanese meals. So imagine, like, bringing her, like, fucking Italian spaghetti or tiramisu. Has she ever had coffee before? I want to give her a fucking, like, an iced caramel frappuccino with, like, extra whipped cream on top. Give this bitch an Oreo. Tastes so good, brings a tear to my eyes. Sweet cherry tart. Bum, bum, bum. Hi, J-Bomb. Welcome in. I mean, chocolate can help with nausea or something too, so medicine makes it. Well, yeah, but that's a different kind of chocolate from this chocolate. Milk chocolate is purely just like sweets. It's not used for health purposes. There's way too much sugar and like other things in milk chocolate to make it worth the medicinal properties. Normally it's like bitter dark chocolate is used as like medicine. Anyway. She's not making a secret of wanting to eat it, very visibly stopping herself from asking. I feel like a mother whose kid is begging at the store. You can have it. They're cheap. I'm a little startled by how quickly she begins to work on the wrapper and how clumsily she rips it apart. It's easy to forget just how ingrained so many everyday things are to a modern person, like the specific way packets are designed to open. I feel like dark chocolate would generally be beneficial to you day and day. Yeah, the antioxidants in it is wild. Yeah, dude, I love dark chocolate. It's my favorite. I do like milk chocolate too, but dark chocolate is by far my favorite. I often buy like 75% dark chocolate, so pretty dark. I can handle 80. Once we start getting into 90%, I'm like, okay, this is starting to get a little too bitter for me. But yeah. But usually around 75% is like my sweet spot between like bitter and sweet. I will just straight up eat Baker's chocolate though. Like, you know, like the Baker's like dark chocolate that you buy. Yeah, I'll just straight up eat that shit like a candy bar. No sooner does she take a mouthful of the chocolate inside that her face lights up in delight. So hi, baby. Yes, I use it to bake. Yeah, I use it to eat. It's so sweet. She continues munching away, raising her free hand to poorly hide her chewing mouth. The modern world has so many wonderful things. So Yasue has a sweet tooth. I wonder when sugary treats reach Hokkaido, she might have only ever had bean and rice-based confectionery. Sugar would be terribly sweet compared to anything she's had before. As she savors the last few morsels from the packet, I reach in and take my phone from my pocket once more, usually having left it charging when I came here in the past. Yasue gulps down the last of her chocolate as I bring it up between us, her puzzled face reflecting off its shiny black screen. She jerks back a little in surprise when the screen lights up. Eager to see what she makes of it, I unlock the phone and hand it over to her. Oh my god, the smartphone. A phone. Yeah, you can see no Wi-Fi, no signal. A phone, you say? Here, you can tap on the screen to do things. I give a couple of taps here and there, show an opening an app and such, before Yasue gives it a try herself. I don't think she quite understands it all, but her face lights up as she slowly gets the hang of it. As Yasue fiddles about, she manages to discover moving things by dragging left and right, and opening controls by tapping completely by herself. I'm surprised she worked it out so quickly, but I suppose she's still just human. It's not like I understand how a phone really works, I just use it. The camera app. What's this? As she lowers the phone for me to see, it appears Yasue managed to open the camera app, the viewfinder currently pointed down at her feet. Mobile phones are also cameras these days. You can take photos by pressing this button. The idea seems to have stumped an already perplexed Yasue. I take the phone back to guide her through how the camera works, changing to the front camera and holding it up to show both of us on the screen. It's admittedly a little clumsy. I've never been one for selfies, and keep trying to move the phone the wrong way to keep us in the shot. The look of sheer glee on Yasue's face when it all clicks for her, though, as seen on the screen before us, makes it all worth it. I can't help but smile at the absurdity of the situation, as the two of us crowd into the swaying frame. Click, look at them! With some difficulty, I managed to somehow maneuver a finger onto the shutter button, finally taking a shot with the loud click. Bringing the phone down between us, I show Yasue the saved photo, her face leaning in close to take in every detail. Incredible! Everything's so colorful, and we didn't even have to stay still. How did it develop so fast? It's probably a bit complicated to explain, but photos like this don't need to be developed. It's not going onto a film. I'm so used to the digital era that the days of film cameras slip my mind. As I replace the phone in my pocket, Yasue rights herself, but the excited energy from her new discovery still remains. I have to remind myself yet again that this woman's actually the older of us. Thank you, Honoka. For the first time in so long, I feel like I have some connection to the real world of the... Which era is it now? After the Meiji era, I went to the Taisho, Showa, Heisei, and now Reiwa. Reiwa. What a lovely name. Those in your era must live an amazing life. And the food as well. It's so nice. I hold my tongue, but it's also ordinary to me that I hardly notice such things day to day. To Yasue, though, this might as well be another world entirely. Her childlike joy is quite charming, and it feels nice to have helped her, however accidental it may have been. I wonder just how long it's been since I've helped another. I'm so wrapped up in my own feelings that it takes a moment to realize Yasue's attention has shifted back to me. A smile suits you. In a moment, my face collapses. It's not that I hate her well-meaning compliment, but somehow it doesn't feel right to smile. Not after everything that's happened. I don't know how you smile so easily, especially after being sealed away. It's been over 100 years. My age, the people, this world, everything unchanging. I wasn't always like this. The worst of my time here was the period I entertained escape. That every moment I failed to find a way out was a moment in the company of loved ones that I lost. How have you lived for so long, though? You don't look old at all. Why? Thank you. Maybe it's like on loop. Mages, powerful ones anyway, can tap a little of their magic to slow their aging. It's not unusual for some to live perhaps triple a normal lifespan, or even more. Shake weights in olive oil. Yeah, that's the secret. Oh my god, you're on to her, J-Bomb. Or magic, that works too. I could have taken the easy way out and not done so, but... I couldn't let myself die here. Not in the prison she set me to wander. My revenge on her would have been my final play if only she still lived. For the first time, I catch a glimpse of something darker in her. Without thinking, I take a step back, my chest tightening at the change from her otherwise gentle nature. The cheerful red packet crumpled up in her tightened hand remains from the here and now. Yasue forcing the thoughts from her mind, given my presence. It's natural to hate anyone who did such a thing to her, but I didn't know she had such anger bottled up. That isn't your concern, though. Let's end the talk of that matter. I see much has changed in your world, if not mine. Pants are common now, for one. She gives a small smile, trying to distract herself with the lighter topic. I can't help but feel awful, but I humor Yasue for her sake. I wouldn't say it to her now of all times, but this world reminds me a little of a snow globe, a small slice of the world captured at one point in time, now and everlasting. A world where the company of strangers is all she had. Don't worry, kimono and yukata are still worn, especially for festivals and events. I wore one to the last fireworks, actually. I'd like to see that. You'd look pretty in one. Every so often, she oversteps into undeserving compliments. I get that she wants to put me at ease, though. One of my earliest memories as a child is of standing around in my yukata, all ready to go, but the festival being cancelled. To cheer me up, my parents took me to see the fireflies instead. If the conversation gets any lighter, we'll be in spandex zone. Yeah. When I saw them, I thought they were better than any fireworks. They almost looked magical as a child, floating about in the night's darkness. Yeah, dude, I love fireflies so much. We had tons and tons of them in my backyard when I was a kid. And I love just going outside in my backyard and catching them with my hands. Because they're like so gentle. And like they're like awkwardly kind of bumbling around. And they don't like bite or sting or anything like that. So they're perfectly safe to just catch and then just let go. We had so many of them, I could literally find them during the day. I knew what they looked like during the day. And I'd be like, oh shit, that's a firefly. They really are magical, though. If you guys haven't seen them before in real life, they're gorgeous. That's sweet. It's been a long time since I saw those. It's been a long time for me as well. Fireflies are hard to find anymore with increasing pollution and less wilderness. Oh my god, I gotta blow my nose. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm muted. Okay, I'm good now. I made sure I was muted this time, so I didn't blow out your eardrums. Thank you. I feel an altogether too familiar pang of regret at mentioning my family. My body going cold at the idea of having to think about this any further. This is the one place I'm free from that feeling, why did I have to bring them up? Please don't ask anything further about them, Yasue. Please. Soon that wish becomes altogether too true. The silence makes it clear that Yasue has been taken off guard, acutely aware to the topic to avoid. As I feel pain from clutching my arm, I decide to use the one excuse to leave that I told myself I wouldn't. I should be going. I'm feeling tired. That's fine, Honoka. Take care of yourself. For what it's worth, I'm glad you count me as a friend. Everyone needs some, even if you might not believe it. That's why I took up theater after all. Thanks, Yasue. I'll see you later. With that, I take a deep breath and close my eyes. Even as the magic begins to take hold, my mind is elsewhere. I can't make the world a better place, as Shino is working towards. I'm too selfish and too useless to do something like that. What I can do is help this one person. Act 1, Scene 4. A hidden people. For every person, there's a last goodbye. A last take care, a last smile, hug, and wave. I never knew which would be the last until... The trees ringing the cemetery lie bare. The winter's chill having seen to the leaves. The grass field covered by frost. All to be seen are so many pillars of granite rising from the white snow. The Asakawa family grave stands among them. On its side, 2 names are written. Oh my god, why is my nose so fucking stuffy? Hold on. Ugh, allergies going crazy today. Okay. I think I'm good now. Thank you. Thank you. The business of attending to the grave is a strangely welcome routine. Setting something for my overactive mind to focus on has always been helpful. The emptied bucket from the temple now sits beside me, the condensation from my breath hanging in the air. The weeding and cleaning of the stone now done, I stand alone with nothing but my thoughts. I can't say I'm particularly good company. I suppose one shouldn't like cemeteries, but I found myself thankful for the time spent here. Every matter is thick with formality, from maintenance to prayer, to the priests themselves. Everyone dutifully follows their script, perfect for someone like me. So, far as I can tell, the unremarkable cemetery in Sapporo's outskirts has been here since the city's founding. The graves about me are old and new, ostentatious and simple, none that matters to their owners now, who all lie just the same. Even here I'm not alone, with the husky words of another drifting on the cold air. A few yards away, a middle-aged man sits cross-legged before his friend's grave, his old bomber jacket dirtied by the ground. His cheerful, even animated conversation is helped along by the sake before him, still wrapped in the convenience store bag it came in. In the times I've come here, various characters have come and gone as they visited their loved ones. He seems to be one of the more regular ones. I, too, once talked to my parents' grave. About my worries and musings, the day's events, even about Yasue and the wondrous world she inhabits. Of the kabuki performances she puts on, her favorites, and so on. I soon stopped. People said I should talk to my parents at their resting place, but as I stand before them, words don't come. For all I try, my heart just aches all the more. Perhaps it's simply that I'm the wrong generation to find comfort in it. For all the rituals around death, I've never placed any faith in such things. The hole they left will never, can never, be filled. No amount of talking to cold stone will change that. Cold Stone Creamery? Like the ice cream?
And I look up from the grave before me. His voice fades into the background. The sight before me is as captivating now as the first time I saw it. At one of the graves far ahead, a lone woman stands solemnly before another pillar of stone. Her vermilion kimono pierces through the white snow, making for a striking, beautiful sight. She's never said a word in all the time she's visited this place, nor has she attended to the maintenance of the lichen-covered grave. Perhaps an old-fashioned matriarch or simply traditionalist, she glides with grace and precision to her steps. In the midst of the falling snow, the lady stands alone, grieving in haunting silence.
Let me know when we find a pillar of salt. I'd like to do some pickling. Yeah. One of the things on my bucket list of what I want to do, I want to lick a pillar of salt, like a salt rock. I just want to try it out. I just want to feel it for myself, what it's like. Noticing her turning back, I quickly cast my gaze downward. Oh, she's got a scar on her neck. The path to leave runs past me, the woman's Zori sandals clattering with each small and measured step her clothing forces. As she passes, I feel something strange. Ah, my nose again! Hold on. I'm so stuffy. How is my body making this much snot? How is this possible? How am I creating this much mucus inside of my nose right now? That's crazy. Diabolical, even. It's so gross. A goal like that would be to see for sure if you're worth your salt. Yeah. I want to lick a salt rock. I want to lick a salt lamp. As she passes, I feel something strange. Not once have we spoken, nor have we so much as looked at each other, yet some unspoken connection exists between her aloof and excessively formal nature. Oh my god. Perhaps out of that connection or mere curiosity, I dare to briefly glance behind me. A woman steps into a dark sedan parked past the cemetery's gated entrance. A sharp-looking blonde woman holding back the door open for her. That's a hi, Dog Bristle. Welcome in. I joke, but I think it's not worth it. Yeah, dude, I don't know why I have so much fucking snot in my fucking nose right now. It's crazy. What's up, Hot Dairy in chat? I'm chilling, we're vibing. We're playing a Tithe and Blood. The moment having passed, the old man's meaningless chatter drifts on the air once more. For all I might want to visit Yasue, to see a friendly face and give meaningless chatter, my body's too weak to handle another ritual today. For want of something to do, I end up downtown to run errands. I couldn't go back to that empty home. Not today. One cheery theme turns to another every several feet as I walk by so many restaurants and stores. The visual cacophony is no better, the signs and advertisements blending into each other no matter which way I look. The sounds of cars rolling by is interrupted by the cheerful chirp of walking signals. Joining the crowd, I walk across the wide boulevard to another set of stores, selling another set of products. There's an uncanny nature to it all. The street layout is the same as in Yasue's time, more or less, but the wooden frontages now gleam with glass, dirt streets now lie paved, and white snow is lit by the lights of a bustling business. Unfortunately, the couple of weeks studying blood magic haven't yielded an ounce of progress towards helping Yasue.
What experiments Isabella attempted more than often failed than not, and her dialogues on the nature of magic are of little practical use. She was a normal person who stumbled into a world she didn't understand, just like I did. Death is farthest from the thing from anyone's minds here. The scars I carry would make any of them think less of me. As much as I may want to help Yasue, I'm the only one who even knows of her existence. Once I found solace from my loneliness in the company of others. Now I find myself alone, even in a crowd. The crowd around me spurs an idea. Taking my phone from my pocket and moving out the way a little, I bring the camera app and take a quick photo. A momentary shot of an ordinary evening in Sapporo. A scene once transient, now captured for eternity. Oh, she's gonna show it to Yasue. The fact that my selfie with Yasue managed to come through from her world to mine was a surprise, given my stupor didn't. I imagine the clumsy false magic I'm using limits what makes it across. Regardless, I quickly seized upon it as a way to bring some of my world to Yasue's. Taking the odd photo for her has proved surprisingly enjoyable. I wouldn't say I'm a particularly good photographer, but I've noticed some good opportunities while going about my day. Oh, there's Shino! Just as I resume my walk towards the station, I catch eyes with a familiar figure, her red jacket proving hard to miss. She looks as relaxed as ever while casually leaning against the sidewalk railing, a colorful bag from the nearby game center slipped over her wrist. Shino gives an affable smile as she notices me, raising her other hand in greeting. Hey! Good evening. I give a small bow as I walk up, resigning myself to a conversation. The last thing I wanted to do was put on an airs of normality at now of all times. Surprisingly, it seems Shino's in the same mood. She has almost as much trouble keeping eye contact as I do, looking down the street as much as towards me. At least I have a good reason to quickly excuse myself. Oh, I seem to have interrupted something. Oh my gosh. Are they girlfriends? Found you, Shino. The woman practically bounding up the street towards us comes to an abrupt halt, face frozen as she catches sight of me. She looks behind her as if there was something else, too, before awkwardly looking back. To say the atmosphere is strange would be an understatement. The random people passing by us all while only highlighting the passing seconds. Sorry, I should be going. No, this is good. Honoka, meet my friend Kaoru. Hey. I should have known Shino would find a way to rescue the situation. I wish she hadn't. It's only after Shino's companion greets me that I realize I've subconsciously shifted behind her. From her shabby clothing to many piercings, she couldn't be a better image of the youthful delinquent. But she looks cool as hell. What are you talking about, delinquent, dude? She just looks sexy. She just looks cool as fuck. It's a look that's in, as far as I can tell, but she wears it so naturally that it's clearly simply her, not some fashion choice. Her drawl and bad posture don't help. Nice to meet you. I'm Honoka Asakawa. I retreat to formality once more, reciting my script in what's turned into Shino's play. She's a friend from the school I work at. Now that we're all introduced, shall we go in? Kaoru and I are left looking at each other, the plastic bag on Shino's wrist flapping this way and that as she gestures. My face when I got a jacket like that. Isn't it a nice looking jacket? It looks cozy as hell, dude. Sorry? Kaoru and I were gonna try this bar. You should come with us. The more the merrier, right? I try to find an excuse not to, but I can't think on such short notice. There's another issue too. This area feels familiar somehow. Distracted while being watched by both, I end up mumbling a half-hearted acceptance. Sure. Oh, I wonder if it's the same izakaya they went into before. My one is water resistant, so I get less moist in the drizzle. Yeah. I see now why I felt an odd familiarity from outside. This bar is the same one Yasue took me to. It's amazing how long some of the local businesses have stayed operating. Then again, while it may be in the same place, the differences inside make me wonder if it could truly be called the same bar. The beer posters on the walls have been replaced by a trendy mural, and the old electric lamps are long gone thanks to the new LED lighting. Even the ordering is different. Kaoru talks Shino through how to use the tablet mounted in the center of the table, a dizzying variety of food and drinks available at the press of a button. It's a world away from hailing the grizzled owner as he hobbles about. This all feels so slick and modern, even down to the smells of aged wood and tobacco being replaced by cleaning products and modern perfumes. The tone they're clearly going for is a little punk, but in that repackaged, commercialized way. The irony isn't lost on me. Looking about, the patrons around us wear hip and modern clothing. Kaoru seems to fit the vibe far better than I do, blending in perfectly into the Saturday evening's crowd. Honoka, right? Might as well throw your order in as well. What'll it be? Her familiarity to call me by my first name right away feels strange. I try to summon some hunger as I clutch the coat in my lap, nudging the left sleeve of my sweater down to make sure my bandages are well covered. The reminder of what I have to hide from everyone else doesn't help my appetite. The translation team did really good with this. They really did. Yeah, it feels very natural. Just beer. A local one. No food? Well, suit yourself. She wastes no time in quickly tapping away to make our order, leaving me silently glad that I managed to order something normal at a bar. I'll have to thank Yasue for teaching me. As she finishes up and puts the tablet back on its mount, it's Shino who speaks up. Here, you can have this. She passes the Game Center bag over the table with a smile. I reflexively take it before looking inside and plucking the soft item out. A teddy bear? Oh, it's a teddy bear! I don't keep much stuff, so it's easier to give it away. You can keep it. What's that face supposed to mean? You never asked if I wanted a teddy bear. Aww. The crane machines are just up the street. Go dump some of your cash in one. You sound way too much like someone else. Our talk is interrupted by a youthful waitress clad in smart black uniform. She places 3 bottles of beer on the table and works off their bottle caps before nodding and striding away to another group of customers. I know, she's like, why didn't you get me a teddy bear? Maybe I wanted a teddy bear too. Do you ever think about that? Huh? The others waste no time starting on their drinks, and I follow their lead. Getting used to the taste of beer will take a while longer, it seems, but I've noticed that this is less sweet than what I had before. The way even the same brand of beer is must have changed. You want Pusheen plush? I can get one. Yeah, Pusheen. Oh my god, hold on, I gotta blow my nose again. I'm going insane. I'm gonna rip my nose off, you guys. Okay, I got my nose blown again. Seems I just gotta slowly but surely drain the snot out of my face for some reason. Blech. Oh, so hi, Tony. How you doing? I hope you're doing good. Kaoru and Shino seem to have a good handle on one another. Even though Shino invited me in to be nice, I distinctly feel like I'm butting into their evening. Yeah, going sicko mode. The thing though is I'm not even sick. I think it's just like allergies or something. I don't know. I pull out my phone as subtly as I can, checking if it's late enough to use that as an excuse to leave. Just past 9. I could probably get away with it. Motion at the edge of my vision prompts me to look back up. Kaoru peering over the table towards my phone. And it's a lock screen, now set to the photo of Yasue and I. Uh-oh. Oh, she's cute. My heart jumping as I realize what she's seen. My first instinct is to pull my phone back towards me. I try to recompose myself, but my face feels far too hot for it to be convincing. Sorry. Curiosity got the better of me. She waves a hand in front of her face in apology, but my heart still races as I grab at a distraction before Shino jumps into the topic. I think it's because I'm talking so much, I can, like, feel when my nose is, like, getting, like, stumpy. Yeah, it's, like, pollen season, I think. Ugh. But, like, as I'm talking, it, like, bothers me so much that I can feel my nose, like, getting stuffy. I hope it doesn't, like, come across in my actual speaking. How long have you two known each other? A month or so? She looks to Shino for confirmation, who agrees between sips. It took me a long time to get comfortable around Yasue, but I suppose both of them seem the sociable type. Not really, you sound fine. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, excuse me, we're too poor to afford seasons around here. It's okay. I'm not used to it either. As they begin to talk with each other, the conversation thankfully drifts away from me and the friends chat between one another. Kaoru's loud voice ensures the other patrons glance towards her rather than me as well. I drink the last of my beer as quickly as I can before finding an opening in their conversation. It's getting late. I better go. Thank you for inviting me. No worries. I'm glad you came along. See you at school next week. See you around, Honoka. Say hi if you see me. It'd be cool to hang out again. With that, I shuffle out of my seat and grab my coat. About paying. It's fine. Don't worry. I can swing this much after dragging you along. Thank you. I feel bad, but this will go much quicker if I don't argue the point. I don't even know how much beer costs in this time. Probably not 20 sen. With the last goodbye, I give a wave and head out. The winter's beginning to bite, especially after coming out of the izakaya. The footpaths are filled with people going this way and that, happily chatting between themselves. Once again, I find myself surrounded and anonymous. Just one more person amidst the crowd. Clutching my coat against the cold air, I begin walking to the train station. The long train journey back to that empty house now beckoning. Act 1, Scene 5. Another Friday's lecture might be over, but the work of study and translation continues. While other students around me talked of get-togethers and partying, I slave over the book before me while they drink the night away. Not that I feel put out at all. Partying and such always felt like an odd affair. I was dragged along to one or two when I started university, only to feel like a fish out of water. I never even drank until Yasue offered. The company of books never did me wrong, which is more than can be said of people. Another sentence is entered into the laptop to my left, the centuries-old original to my right. The amusing juxtaposition of the old world of magic with the high technology of these times doesn't go missed. One small blessing has been Isabella's immaculate handwriting, obvious care been taken into recording her work. My own handwriting is terrible, with years of typing making me unused to penmanship. I suppose most others are the same these days. Unfortunately, my efforts tonight are unlikely to be any use at all. A file containing today's translation notes soon proved to be focused on rather esoteric observations around blood magic. What sometimes works for me to control the allergies on the nose is to use nasal spray that only has saline water. Oh, helps to remove any allergens for the nasal cavity. I don't think I have any nasal spray though. My roommate does, but he's definitely used it himself, and I don't want to stick something that's been up his nose up my nose. That feels a little too intimate. we're not close like that. I don't feel like I can do that. That's a But I'll keep that in mind in case I buy my own nasal spray. Rather than being outright required, the magical circles and glyphs I've been using are more a guide to how one thinks. Practically speaking, they're like training wheels. Blood could perhaps be directly manipulated without any such guides with enough practice. Just more useless knowledge, and I'll need far more practice to manage without them in any case. All I can do is sigh in frustration, the day's work amounting to another waste of time. Also, J-Bone, thank you for the emote. Mwah, the giant emote. Yeah, I can't afford to stop trying. The moment I do, everything will catch up to me. Deciding on my own experimentation, I look over to my phone laying to the side. The knife beside it glints in the moonlight. Yasue and I stroll along the gravel streets of downtown Sapporo, the smells and sounds of the period drifting in the air. Looking to Yasue beside me, she happily rolls her candy about in her mouth. After seeing how quickly she took the chocolate, I made sure to bring a few assorted candies along whenever I visit. It lifts my spirits to see her so easily pleased. Yeah, she's so cute, dude. Printing presses clatter inside a building as we pass, newspapers busily being inked for the coming day. Even here, people wanted to be in the know. We briefly stop to allow a rickshaw to pass before us, the sprightly young man giving a brief nod before ferrying two gossiping women down the road. Yasue patiently waits before continuing, clearly having no intention of hurrying herself. Why would she, when she has all the time in the world? If only I had that sort of time, I might be able to help her. Just a little more, and I should be able to... Is something the matter, Honoka? You seem distracted. I don't want to raise her hopes without knowing for sure that I have a way to save her, so I quickly lurch towards another thing on my mind. This all feels so uncanny. The street layout is just the same, but it's so different at the same time. What's Sapporo like now? It's a lot more crowded for one. The air is filled with the sound of people and cars turning this way and that. Tramps roll down the main road, powered by electricity rather than horses. And there's rail lines with trains rattling in the distance. Yeah, have a good nap, Ren. And have a good snooze, J-Bomb. Thank you both. I hope you enjoy your lurkies. The wooden shop fronts are entirely glass now, a modern Western style taking over. Businesses happen day and night. Everyone's constantly buying new things. The brothels of these times might have changed for shops, but they're no less busy. Between the concrete office buildings and tarmac roads, it's a gray city. The only thing to break it up are the lights strung up on the streets for New Year's and celebrations. Yeah, that's the transition from isolated Japan to modern Japan. Yeah, it's a good transition. I like it. I hope I've done it justice. Girl, didn't you take a picture? Show her the picture. I'm glad to hear Sapporo is alive and well. It's hard to imagine buildings made of glass, though. They're a lot higher than this as well. The tallest building is 40 floors high, from memory. And they say mages are amazing. Things sure have progressed in all these years. I actually went to the same izakaya we visited here a few days ago. The librarian at school invited me in with her. Her face lights up, her light-footed strides practically turning to prancing. So something has continued. I always worry about how much survived in my time. I guess we all want to leave some kind of mark, however small it might be. Some sense of purpose beyond us. Yasue has her kabuki and love is Sapporo, but I wonder what that truly is for me. A third party interrupts our conversation, my stomach growling. Yasue looks to me questioningly, but I don't have any good answers for her. I haven't had dinner, so... I mumble the words, feeling a school kid caught out by their teacher. Trying to research blood magic while also dealing with university hasn't been easy. Once Yasue sets her mind to something, she refuses to hear otherwise. I still can't decide if that stubborn nature is endearing or not. Finding myself pulled to her favorite place once more, my hands fiddle in my lap out of restlessness as a waiter places our food before us. While the others here treat me nicely enough, I'm glad for Yasue having taken me under her wing. Taking up my chopsticks and beginning on the meal with the hearty bundle of noodles, I realize how ravenous I am. The food here may not have the most variety, but it's wonderfully good compared to the convenience store food I've been living off of. My glasses fog up from the steaming broth, but I can't stop myself from slurping one mouthful after another. Only after a few minutes do I realize that I'm being stared at. I gingerly glance upward to Yasue, her expression of amusement throwing me off guard. I must have let my hunger show. Sorry, I just... Please, keep going. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I have to ask, though, are you sure you're taking care of yourself? Every time you come here, you feast on anything put before you. Of course. Her expression only clouds further. I was never good at lying, much less when I feel bad for doing so. Between university work and this, I've had to put more and more things aside. It's not really a problem. I'm doing fine. I did tell you to put yourself first. Coming here already taxes you. The last thing I want is you hurting yourself any further. While the noodles are wonderful as always from this place, I give a frustrated sigh. So something is wrong. The steam from the bowl, it fogs up my glasses. She gives a snort of amusement at my mundane predicament. Even after wearing them for practically my entire life, glasses can still be a real pain. Oh my god, dude. Whenever I'm like doing the dishes, right? And we have a dishwasher, and I open the dishwasher after they're finished, and the steam just immediately comes up and just completely clouds my glasses, and I can't see anything for like 2 minutes as I wait for the steam to clear from my glasses. So I'm just standing there in front of the open dishwasher, just like frozen in place. Real. To my surprise, Yasue reaches forward and gently takes my glasses in her outstretched fingers, putting them on herself afterwards with a churlish smile. At least I can solve one problem for you. As I thought, you look lovely with or without glasses. I'm left silent as I'm unable to work out how to reply, though my scarlet cheeks provide an answer for me. I'd say my glasses suit her much better than I. My thoughts again turn inward as she looks around a little to get a feel for the prescription. Yasue pushing the glasses up. Damn, bitch, you blind. Despite all my research into my own paltry blood magic, Yasue's true magic still confounds me. Conjuring apparitions to enact a play, an entire cast's worth, is nothing short of amazing. I'm surprised nobody talks about her performances in the real world despite my looking. If mages can do such wondrous things, then perhaps they could also... No, I can't think about that. So my fucking Duolingo owl haunting me in the background. Every time I caught myself reaching towards that vain hope, I quickly bat my hand away. Were it possible, I'm sure I would have heard about it by now. It's the last topic I want to talk about when surrounded by strangers as well.
Honoka?
Oh, yes? She sighs in response to my zoning out, taking off the glasses and replacing them on my head. I know I can't force you to open up, but I have to admit this dance gets a little frustrating. I might know everything about this world, but still nothing about this strange new visitor of mine. The owl, like, time for Korean listening. Yeah, owl just staring at me with a knife in hand, like, you're gonna go practice, right? It almost sounds like you're more curious than worried for me. Can I be both? I give a dreary look to her non-answer, to which she only giggles. I want to think badly of her for it, but her total honesty makes that hard. She thinks a little before coming to her feet, turning and beckoning me to follow. Left a little bemused by her sudden decision, I quickly get up and leave our half-eaten bowls on the table. Bitch, I'm not. I'm finishing my noodles. I'm taking that shit with me. I'm slurping and I'm walking. I'm not wasting food. Yasue's ability to see right through me astounds me once again. She knew I wouldn't open up to others, and so brought me here for privacy. If you want to know a bit more about me, I was trying to work out what I can and can't do with blood magic. Compared to a real mage like you, that is. You can conjure all kinds of things, right? She gives the matter some serious thought, mulling over how best to explain these kinds of things to a common person. Conjuring to the degree I do is probably impossible. Magic emanates from within. That is, magic within the body is easiest to achieve, hence why most mages can modify their bodies a little here and there and live longer as a result. Most mages can also modify the world just outside their bodies, but that's more difficult. We'll usually spend a lifetime practicing making a single martial weapon for self-defense, to the point of being able to materialize it by reflex. Oh, like your fan? That's right. Anything beyond that is usually too difficult for a mage to change, so those who can, like myself, are said to have a magic talent. A specific form of magic that can extend far outside the body. Conjuration, in my case. Oh, so she's like a specialized grand mage. A grand mage who specializes in conjuration. If most mages can make a weapon, maybe I can do that much as well? Her face lights up at the idea, only to quickly turn around and start fossicking around the grounds near some trees. Let's see. One of these should work. Here. She rights herself and skips over, a sight never quite natural in her otherwise formal kimono. She hands me what looks like a regular branch, long and spindly with a fork at the very end. I don't think I understand. Was a high red golai. When a young mage is beginning to try and materialize their weapon of choice, they often start with a prop to help guide their mind. I don't know how blood magic works, but maybe this will help? Her logic does make sense. With Yasue's wholehearted throwing herself at this experiment, there's no going back now. Holding the stick in one hand, I roll up my sleeve with the other and undo the lowest of bandages. I don't have a knife with me, but my fingernails have grown a bit longer than usual, so it should do the job for something like this. Yasue's face is graven, but she holds her tongue as I press my nail into the already scarred skin of my forearm. My own yelp of pain is only barely suppressed as I drag it across. This isn't as bad as when I use the knife, but it's hardly a pleasant feeling regardless. A trickle of blood flows down my wrist and hand, the stick now stained a deep red as wine-dark liquid drips over it. Now, imagine the weapon you want to give form to, in as much detail as you can. Not just as an image like a painting, but as an object. Use the stick to guide your thoughts. I close my eyes and do as she says, doing my best to bury the pain emanating from my arm. Something to defend myself with. A handle long enough to wield with both hands. Visions of old manuscripts I've read for university flick through my mind as I try to focus on a single one. One I read a few days ago lingers just a little longer than others. An image of a farmer doing back-breaking work of harvesting his crops. The large blade fits atop a long handle, which curves and twists about. The warm blood now flowing over my hands feels like it has a direction to it, a momentum moving about and solidifying in my grip. The handle feels heavy in my hands, one end weighing far more than the other. Oh, she's making a scythe. But if it were a stick, then how? As I open my eyes, the first thing I see is Yasue. As talkative as Yasue always has been, the woman for once stands speechless as she stares not at me, but at my hands. Oh shit, it looks sick as hell! I'm just as dumbstruck as she is as I look down. Where a simple stick once was, a scythe, albeit crude and unwieldy, now rests in my hands. Blood from my wounds still trailing from the cut I'd made to the handle. An unsettling sight only makes it too clear what this scythe truly is. This is really... As I raise my hand to try moving the weapon, the crystallized blood at once turns back to liquid, leaving my hands groping at air as it falls to the ground in an appalling, formless mass. The show now over, Yasue runs a hand over her face to try and recompose herself, as I disappointedly rewrap my bandages. The sharp stinging as the materials cover my fresh wound is painful, but nothing I can't hide from Yasue. I'm so unused to failure that I don't know how to process this. The brief flicker of hope that I might have the same powers as a real mage was taken away all too quickly. What good is making a weapon if I can't use it? It seems we both have much to learn about this skill of yours. She tries to put a positive spin on it all, but I can tell she's unnerved by the whole process. I don't blame her. Are you alright, dear? I just wanted to ask you something about magic. Real magic like yours. I feel like I bug you too much about it already, though. As I said before, curiosity is a good thing. I'm only too happy to answer. My throat tightens, but I force myself to say the words. She's wrong that I'm asking out of curiosity. It's simple closure that I want. Could magic bring back the dead? Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, I gotta blow my nose again. Okay, I'm good now. I'm good now. Oh, poor baby. Thank you. I immediately regret asking as her face collapses. Of course she was going to connect the dots for something like that. That said, she hardly looks surprised as she slowly shakes her head. Once a person is gone, no mage has ever revived them. You deserve as clear an answer I can give on that. Soul, anima, life force, whatever the name, seems to be independent of the body. Theoretically, one's will could be put into another vessel, but that's never been put into practice. I'm sorry. I give a sullen nod, knowing Yasue's answer was the only possible one. As she opens her mouth, I already know what she'll say. It's your parents, isn't it? You already knew, didn't you? If I'm honest, you're not the hardest person to read. I absentmindedly look at the ground, the next words unexpectedly spilling out from my mouth as if a dam were breaking. When it all happened, I felt like the darkest night had come. Everything in my world changed in one instant. And yet, dawn still came. That was the strangest thing. That time still moved. People went to work and children to school. The birds sang and trains rattled along. Everyone else's life kept on, while mine stopped. Since then, it feels like I've been living in some sort of unreal dream. The world continuing without mom and dad felt too wrong. Sorry, I'm just rambling now. I've never really had anyone to talk to about this. On the contrary, I'm glad you could tell me. I feel bad for burdening you with all this. You've lost so much as well. If only that taught me anything. It's silly, isn't it? I wanted to help you feel better, but I don't know what to say now that I've dragged you here. Maybe you could tell me about yourself? She thinks for a moment, the hesitation in opening up clear. I don't mind at all, given how difficult the topic must be for her. In one moment, everyone I knew was gone. Everything I knew was gone. I screamed until my voice broke, cried until my tears wouldn't come. My mind nearly broke from the idea that this world would be my fate for an eternity. My only consolation, as small as it may be, was that I would live on in the memories of those I loved. I know it's no real comfort, but at least you have the others who are trapped here. They seem nice. The townsfolk aren't bad company, they're just not who I knew. She hesitates before continuing, taking a sigh to recollect herself. Just as the tide goes out, so too does the tide come back in. I wish I could say that the grief goes away, but it never does. The waves just become smaller. You learn when to breathe for air, I suppose. The people I loved in the real world still remembered me, at least. I do take some small comfort in that. It's awful that she was sealed away from those she loved, those she meets in the streets, seeming an awful stretch to call friends. Kind acquaintances, perhaps. There's a particular air about her, one I sensed the moment we met. An unspoken connection shared between people who are more alike than they wish to be. One which I've now found the words for. The connection of past loss. The topic at an end, Yasue runs a hand through her hair. Its strange colored strands flit between her fingers, the odd sight just another everyday happening for the people here. People call me so grown up for dealing with life after losing them, but I still feel like I don't know anything. That's how you know you're an adult. As a child, my parents knew everything. As a teenager, I knew everything. Reaching adulthood taught me I know nothing. True wisdom, however, is the understanding that nobody truly knows anything. Who was that from?
Me, bitch. Yeah, it was me.
Feel free to use that. Maybe not in a university paper, though. That's the worst part of growing up, isn't it? Finding out that the unfairness you first noticed in your teenage years was a fact of life. Sometimes there's simply nothing which can be done about it. Even so, you have to try. I like that about you, Honoka. You have a fire in you. A fire, she says. She simply giggles at my curious look. That's the last thing I'd say about myself. I'll have to return to that world outside soon. I was already terribly exhausted before arriving, and my tiredness is already weighing on me. When I do, all traces of the fullness I feel from our shared meal will vanish, just as my stupor did. Yet my memory of Yasue will remain. Act 1, Scene 6. Hours become days, days into weeks. My health keeps declining, each experiment leaving me an increasingly frail. It's not only my body failing me these days. My university work is becoming sloppy, and lectures are more difficult than ever to get through. I can't concentrate at all anymore, making studying an exercise in frustration. Most days are now largely spent asleep, between exhaustion from bloodletting and simple disinterest in being awake. I have no interest in dealing with the world I'm increasingly falling out of. So I found a solution. A pigeon can be had for 1,000 yen. They contain about 19 milliliters of blood on average. Oh my gosh, she's finally diving into using other people's blood? Brother, I would have done this months ago. She's so slow on the uptake. Anyway. Anyway. My hand grips the hatchet tightly, knuckles whitening. Refusing to look away, I keep my eyes locked to the squirming bird held tightly to my chest. Of course, I wouldn't use a live animal. I would have tested to see if, like, blood already extracted works first. I feel like she's skipping several steps. As if to rebel against this obscene action, my body begins to hyperventilate. I can't stop my hands shaking, only adding to the confused pigeon's distress. Its cooing briefly pierces through my addled thoughts. This is insanity. No reasonable person would do this to an animal. Realizing I'm talking myself out of it, I shake my head to try and refocus. No, this isn't necessary. I've come this far. I need to do this. If there were any other way, I'd take it. I've exhausted every other option. For Yasue's sake, I have to. Why? Why can't anything I do work out? You said I was smart. You said I could do whatever I set myself to. That's how it's always been before. So why won't this work? This is the one thing I really wanted to do. Why can't this go right? Mom, Dad, I just want somebody to help me. Oh, her eyes. She's got that dark circles under her eyes. Leaning against the wall of the Grand Kabuki Theater venue for support, I patiently wait for Yasue's performance to end. Voices faintly murmur from inside, the actors bellowing in anger, adoration, violence, and sadness. A cacophony of emotion, all directed by one woman. The toll of having to use my own blood is now becoming impossible to ignore. My heart once again beating wildly and my breath ragged. The first time this happened, I panicked and made it worse, but now it's something I can at least control. All I can do is remain calm, clutch my chest, and try to stabilize my breaths. I should see a doctor, but I know full well why this is happening. Trying to explain the scars, too, would be... Thankfully, I managed to settle myself and just in time for visitors to start leaving the theater. A handful stroll out silently, but most gossip and chatter away with friends and family. Then, eventually, an ashen-haired woman dressed in elegant yellow follows. Good morning, Yasue. She turns to me and smiles at first, but the corners of her mouth tug downward at the sight of me. Are you all right? I'm fine, just tired. If you could see your own ghostly face, you wouldn't be saying that. I shrink at her criticism, unused to her being so graven in her tone. After all I did to come here, this is the welcome I receive? You don't need to rush. I have all the time in the world, Honoka. I don't, though. Backed up against a wall, quite literally in this case, I surprise myself in my stubbornness. She seems to take the hint, grimacing a little, but letting go of the point. At least allow me to treat you to another meal. You need something to sustain yourself. About that... A passing man leaving the venue congratulates Yasue, to which she responds out of firm necessity. For all her power, she insists on treating others well rather than indulging in hubris. I push myself from the wall and pull up beside her as she finishes talking to him, the two of us setting off despite her lingering doubts. A stupor when I first drank with you, and the food we shared a few days ago. I didn't feel an ounce of them when I returned from this world. I think I might have found out why, after setting my phone to record me during my last visit. This doesn't seem to be transportation, as such. The result of the experiment was a 3-hour video of my limp body collapsed on the floor. I see. I have been doing well in avoiding overly modern terms, but as she tries to wrap her head around the idea of recording video with the phone, I see this may have been a step too far for Yasue's frame of reference. If I understand you right, your body isn't being transferred at all? I quickly give a nod as we walk on, my thoughts feeling all the more firm as I give voice to them. Having someone to simply bounce ideas off of is a welcome feeling. You said the soul is separate from the body, right? So your thinking is the soul is being transferred while the body stays. That's not a bad theory. That would explain why my body remains. Almost like a mirror is being held up to me, with the image free to wander, but the original remaining. That's an interesting find. Sounds like you're keeping busy. Dude, you can see how fucked up she is, dude. Oh, it breaks my heart. Seizing on her optimism, I decide to try and help settle her worries. I wonder what happens then if she were to be, like, attacked or killed in this realm. Would that, like, destroy her soul and, like, leave her body just, like, dead on the floor in the modern world? Beyond working out how this magic works, I've taken to housework as well. Cleaning, organizing paperwork, that sort of thing. There's a surprising sense of satisfaction in maintaining the house and its affairs. It's large for one person, too large, but the extra work in its upkeep was a blessing in disguise. My body does what it wants to these days, but the more I keep myself busy, the less time I have to ruminate. I'm doing all right, I think. I just... Uh-oh. Before the words even leave my mouth, my sense of balance suddenly goes wild, as if the world were suddenly rocking below my feet. Dizziness overwhelms me as I try to stay upright, my vision shifting about. Yasue catches on just as the strength leaves my body, collecting me in her arms as my body falls. Not wanting to appear weak, I reflexively take a step back from her. Far from helping the situation, I almost throw myself backward into a heap, staggering and righting myself. Knowing any recovery is only fleeting, I stumble over to a bench at the side of the street and fall into it. Clutching my head, I close my eyes and try to stop the rush of contradictory senses overwhelming me. Still nauseous, I slowly open my eyes once more. The day finally came where my bloodletting finally got the better of me. Looking back to Yasue, her look of worry and exasperation is everything I'd hoped to avoid. Honoka, you always... Her frustration nearly boils over, only controlling her outbursts after noticing I'm in no mood to deal with it myself. After all I've tried, I still can't live up to my expectations for myself. I knew you were overdoing this. Please don't spend too much time here, I beg of you. You have others in your world, don't you? Wouldn't they miss you as well? Not really. I don't have any friends, and my grandparents live far away. You mentioned getting to know the librarian. Shino, yeah, she's lively. I wouldn't say I know her very well, but she probably thinks differently. She's that sort of person, I think. I'm glad. You have a familiar air of solitude about you. I know all too well how easy it can be to fall into a lonely existence. I'm not like you, Yasue. You have everyone here for company, and put on kabuki plays in front of big crowds. You talk so easily to complete strangers, and being around others fills you with energy. People are too difficult for me. I can't do any of that. The words are little more than a murmur as I look downwards. It's hard to open up to someone like this, especially after so long. Her expected reassurances and light-hearted chatter are replaced by an uncomfortable silence, only made the more pointed by the noise of those around us. I bashfully glance up at Yasue, but her expression is difficult to read. She looks weary beyond her years. Yasue? She heaves a great sigh, composing herself with melancholic resolve. I'm sorry, Honoka. Ever since we met, I've been deceiving you. And deceiving myself. Oh my god, are all of the townspeople here just like a fucking conjuration she's made and she's actually alone? With quiet determination, she takes one stride back after another into the center of the street. Busy as the thoroughfare may be, the people flitting about her hardly give so much a glance as they maneuver around like fish in a river. My heart racing at how little heed she gives them, I come to my feet and step towards her. As my mouth opens to yell in warning, her eyes stop me. She looks so assured of what she's doing, yet I don't understand her at all. Her eyes close, people moving about the both of us. Then, with that unnatural yellow glow, her eyes open wide with a start. For a moment, I'm lost as to what she's done. A second passes before the realization finally hits. Every last person around us has stopped. Confused by the surreal experience, my head flicks this way and that at the people who were passing us just moments ago. As if hitting pause on a video, not one human in this world moves a millimeter, not one breath nor blink. What's happening? You know, don't you? I know it! Oh, no, that's so sad. With this, a man beside her slowly disappears from head to toe, the now familiar yellow glow of her magic following his body as it vanishes. The actors on her stage disappear just the same. Oh my gosh. No, that's so sad. What the fuck? What was one becomes two who disappear, then 3, 4, and a multitude all about us simply wiped from existence. All the while, her tired eyes stare into mine. The terrible realization finally hits, my heart sinking. Every last person in that world beyond Yasue. They weren't real? In the distance, the old man walking alongside his horse-drawn tram stands frozen. He was one of the first I met upon finding the sealed world. Without ceremony nor drama, he simply vanishes. All that remains are myself and the woman before me, the only two who ever truly existed. When I was sealed away, no other was taken with me. Everyone you've met here is simply a conjuration, a body without will, fake just well enough to be believable without too hard a look. But why? To stop myself going mad, I created these apparitions to take the place of those I knew. In time, I allowed myself to fall into the delusion that I was living a normal life of some sort, surrounded by others. I suppose I really did go mad in the end. Her voice is forlorn, almost pitiable. A woman whose very psyche has been reduced to nothing, admitting her sanity is based on no more than a lie told to herself. The only company she's had in over 100 years is me. Eternity is a long time without company. It's no more complicated than that. The woman before me took every effort to comfort me when I was lost here. She's so kind and gentle. To someone who offered her nothing in return, she can do such wondrous things, yet faces an eternity alone. My parents said I had the ability to achieve anything. My friends said I was clever. Everyone lavished praise on me, telling me I should go to university and become someone greater. For all that praise, Yasue is a better person than I could ever be. Why is she the one stuck here? Why was I the one to tease her with a fleeting glimpse of the outside world which she could never see? It's not fair. You're such a wonderful person, you don't deserve any of this. The worst part of life is accepting that things are sometimes unfair. That's not something... Honoka? Tears streamed down my face at the life she's been forced to lead. The idea of an eternity alone, tormented by the same grief I've felt many times over. I kept studying blood magic, but nothing I do works. No matter what I try to find a solution, no matter how much I hurt myself to try and achieve something, Everyone had such high expectations of me. I always achieved highly in my schoolwork and club activities. Everything felt easy if I thought a bit about it. There was one thing I could never bring myself to say. I just had to try harder and things would work out. Also, Oro! Hi, Oro! Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How was Final Fantasy? How was your first stream in forever? Hope you're having a good time. We're playing Tragic Yuri. Let me fill you in. All right. She's from the modern world, right? She is basically like, she has like no friends. Her mom and dad are dead. But she uses blood magic, which at the cost of her own blood, allows her to go into this like sort of slice of time into ancient Sapporo, Japan, because she lives in Sapporo, Japan. So she goes into ancient time and she meets this girl here who's basically sealed in this like little bubble of time, right? Yasue, who was a mage, who's stuck here. And we just found out she's the only one here. All of the people that we thought were also here with her are all conjurations she made so she wouldn't go sicko mode insane. We just found this out right now. Right now. She's been in this bubble of time all by herself, all alone for like 100 years. I was like, hi, Freeman. How are you? But yeah, look at them. Look at them. It's Tragic Yuri. Yet the one time I wanted to do something for myself, to save her from this horrible fate. I can't do it. I can't do this. I can't save you, Yasue. I'm not good enough. All the praise was a lie. I'm useless. Everything people had built me up to be was a lie. As soon as my parents left me, and I had to stand on my own feet, I became a useless, ugly person. Yasue doesn't deserve this. She doesn't deserve any of this. I feel her arms embrace me, her hand gently stroking my hair as I sob into her chest. I want to push her away, embarrassed at my worthlessness, but I'm too pathetic to even manage that. Instead, I fall apart in the very arms of the woman I failed to save. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I repeat the words over and over. All I can think is how sorry I am. Sorry that when I alone could help her, I failed. Yasue doesn't speak as she holds me. Well, words could be useful in a time like this. Instead, I feel tears falling onto my hair. There are no comforting words to be had for either of us. Nothing can fix what we've lost. All we can share in this moment is our grief. My heart. My heart. Act 1, Scene 7. The uncomfortably hard chair presses into my back as I turn another page, orange-stained sunlight washing over the text inside. My routine is now setting back to normality, the waning hours of day spent studying for coursework rather than other matters. Shino goes about her business as well, the quieter patter of books being filed onto shelves being all that's to be heard. Everyone else has long since gone home for the day, or headed downtown with friends and lovers. It's been several days since the last meeting with Yasue. The time I spent away from her feels so much longer these days. The Reiwa era feels like little more than filler, with my true life being that in the Meiji world with Yasue. That strange, surreal world that only we share. I couldn't deny her heartfelt begging to stay away, so I stay here for now. There's reason enough to be thankful, though. I feel as though a certain weight's been lifted from my shoulders for the shared airing of our grief. Before I know it, a sigh escapes my lips. How slow the time passes these days. My attention is taken by Shino turning towards me, the corner of her mouth curled into a self-assured smirk. It's a hi, bride. Welcome in. What's with that expression? If my ears don't deceive me, that's the sigh of a maiden in love. I evasively look away, but the blood rushing to my cheeks tells her all that she needs to know. Love. How odd and foreign a word. I never did understand the students who hung from another's arms with dumb grins. Romance movies never appealed to me to begin with, and the concept always felt so abstract in my course texts. There were words on a page, nothing more. Yet, rolling the word around in my mind somehow feels like a tempting sweet. This yearning to be by Yasuo's side, for her to look at me the way I want, perhaps that feeling really is what everyone always meant. She may be older than I, and a mage with power I can only dimly grasp, but even so, I love her. I can only wonder how she sees me. Don't worry, I'm not gonna cry. Just enjoying the scent of romance on the air. She grins widely, but my thoughts are elsewhere. I find myself unable to come up with a response, coming to terms with my small revelation in front of a near stranger. Oh, sorry to ask, but do you mind if I close up early today? I need to run some errands. That's not really for me to say. It's just a few minutes. The other staff won't mind. She airily waves off any suggestion that this might be a problem, my bemusement only barely hidden. I wonder how many others have this kind of work ethic. With her box of books now empty as she places the last one in its place, I place a scrap of paper in my textbook for a bookmark and pack it away. I pull on my coat and sling my bag over a shoulder, noting that the next train should be soon, going by my phone. Oh, you don't have to hurry. We might as well head to the station together, right? I don't mind taking the train, as long as it may take. Everyone keeps to themselves. The rattle of carriages and quiet chatter of students and kids also provides a nice ambience of sorts. Never did I imagine it would be a shared experience, those peaceful thoughts long gone. All I could do is keep my eyes pinned to the window, the entire time watching the scenery stroll by rather than risk staring. At least she just played with her phone rather than chat. The crunch of snow heralds two sets of feet walking up the street. The paths here are less tended to than the cities, crudely shoveled to make a walkway and a little more. Poles for street signs poke out of the snow piled to the side, along with the odd, pitiable bare tree. Everything here is newly built, not to say expensively so. The oldest house is likely 20 or so years old. Not that blocky style apparently changed much from decade to decade. My parents noted in passing how they had our house built when moving here. As condensation billows in front of my mouth with every breath, I find myself looking forward to a hot bath. Thankfully, my coat is still going strong despite its age. It might not be fashionable, but the heavy cotton is thick and warm. You walk fast. Looking forward to some video games? I don't play games much. This is just my normal pace, I guess. You should slow down. Life is plenty long enough. There's no need to rush. How easy that is to say for someone as carefree as her. Quietly bothered, I close myself off and try to focus on just getting home. I hope wherever Shino needs to go comes by soon. Yet again, I still have trouble seeing Shino as someone my age. She finds joy in everything she does and everyone she meets. There are worse traits to have, I suppose. It isn't long before I notice the lack of footsteps beyond mine. For a moment, I think she's forcing her point about my pace, but turning back shows her to be preoccupied with her leg? She grabbed onto her right thigh with both hands, but even as she jerks it about to and fro, her knee doesn't move from its current angle at all. Oh my gosh, is she an amputee? Does she have like a fake knee, like a fake leg? What is it called? What is the proper term? What is the term for it? Fuck, what is it called? Like you guys know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I'm about to ask what's wrong before she resorts to more brutal methods, hitting the side of her knee rather violently with the side of her balled fist. After 3 good hits, it suddenly limbers up and begins flopping about. It's unnerving to see a limb move so unnaturally, but she does apparently satisfied as she tests her weight on it. Stupid things. Winter always makes them seize up. Prosthetics! Yeah, that's the word. That's the word I was looking for. Thanks, Honoka. My stomach drops at the moment the words escape my mouth. I run away as Shino stops and looks in realization that another person was with her. Looks like the secret's out. No, it's not a peg leg. It's a prosthetic leg. That was the word I was looking for. Yeah, it was a prosthetic leg. Sorry, I really didn't... well, it wasn't really a secret in the first place. One of my hobbies is crafting prosthetics for myself, even. Don't worry about it. Before I can sprint home and wallow while cringing, she quickly skips up with a set of now quite operable legs. It was a long time ago. It's not worth worrying about. To think she lost what seemed to be both legs, going by how she spoke. I had no idea. They look so normal. Everyone seems to have lost something or someone when I start getting to know them. I've never seen prosthetics move so normally. I never would have picked up on it. Even I can tell this is getting too personal for Shino, the woman hesitating to reply. Our walk comes to an end as we reach my house. For once, fortune smiles on me with a chance to end the conversation. I have to go, so... this is your house? That's cool. Glad for the break in the topic, she looks up at the nondescript house for a few moments. Her expression is little more than passing interest before she waves goodbye. I'll be seeing you around then. Later. For a few moments, I watch the odd woman stroll away without a care in the world. She has a certain free spirit to her, but that's about all I can pin her down on. What an odd person to be so fleeting a presence. Filing away the memories, one of life's meaningless little meetings, I fumble in my pocket to retrieve my keyring and let myself inside. Once again, I'm alone. Slipping off my shoes and setting off the bag around my shoulder, a troublesome thought runs through my mind. Led on by some strange urgency, I head onward up the stairs before me. Entering the bedroom with a quickening heart, my feet step lightly over the stain of my work and come to a stop at my desk. Isabella's book is where it always is, with the well-used laptop beside it. Everything's exactly as it was. I was just being paranoid. I rub the back of my neck to ease my self-induced anxiety, telling myself off for gathering yet another bad habit. I log onto the computer, glancing over the folder containing copious translations and notes on blood magic. Yasue may ask me to let go, but I can't just stop trying. For Shino to pass right by my house, though. I turn it off and close the laptop, sliding it into a drawer. It's just to keep things neat, I tell myself. How ironic that someone with a reputation as meticulously organized and neat freak would end up living like this. The knife, however, stays in ready reach. I'll return soon, Yasue. My heart. Act 1, Scene 8. The television blares away in the otherwise silent room, a report on the weather repeating what anyone here already knows. with this year's winter only becoming more bitter, the weather today nearly a whiteout from the snowfall. Between the screen and myself, a half-eaten pasta lunch sits on the table. I stare at it and try to force myself to eat, but I can't muster any appetite. Another of those particular dreams happened last night. Those that give me such rare happiness, only to mercilessly crush it upon waking. A dream where my parents were. They were real. They spoke so clearly and looked so normal. All we did was talk. Not about anything in particular, just mundane things. A perfectly everyday scene, as if they never left me. Then, the alarms blaring cracked through my thoughts. In one horrible instant, they left me again. Fading memories of home-cooked food play on my mind. I hold on to them dearly, yet their tastes and textures grow ever more faint. The images and voices of my parents, too, grow faint. It feels as though I've lost them once, only to be slowly losing them again. This house is still too big. The world is still too big. The more I try to cling on to what little I hold dear, the more I feel adrift in churning and storming sea. Also, thank you for the hydrate. Yes, I will sip. I'll drink my water. How Yasue managed, I simply don't know. I only wish that I were as strong as her. Giving up on my meal, I take to my feet and glance out the window. The morning's harsh snow continues to fall, hazy shadows of nearby buildings obscured by thick white fog enveloping everything outside. She lost every last soul she knew, yet so patiently listened as I talked about my own grief. A solitude of so many life lengths for someone so warm and kind. A solitude there's no saving her from. How could someone like Shino even contemplate making the world a better place when such injustices exist? Cold outside begins to permeate the house, the heating unable to keep up. That matters little now. Gazing at the bleak scenery outside, I resolve myself to how I'll spend the day ahead. Turning on my heel, I head towards the stairs. Cleaning up after my meal will come later. This world hardly matters anymore. Entering the bedroom, I stride towards the desk without hesitation and grab the knife in my hand. It's been a week now since I visited Yasue. A week spent surviving, but hardly living. Clutching the blade tightly, I take a long breath. Doing this now is a little easier than it was the first time. Opening the book that started it all, I flip to one of the multicolored bookmarks stuck in its time-worn pages. Transference, the scholar called it. A spell which would alter the course of my life so drastically. Looking between the diagrams in its pages and the stained floor below, I set the knife back and crouch down, fixing the detailed glyphs with chalk from a drawer. The wood has seen better days for my vandalism, but I've given up caring. Righting myself after a few moments of scrawling, I look down at my work, satisfied that everything is as it should be. Compared to my other experiments, so much practice with the transference has at least made this work relatively reliable. My heart catches on to what's happening, suddenly accelerating as I pull my sleeve to reveal my bandaged arm. Little by little, I slowly unwind the white-colored gauze in a now familiar routine. Taking the knife once more, I press the blade's edge to bared flesh. One shuddering breath is all I'll allow myself in hesitation before pulling the sharp blade across, a yelp of pain echoing around the room as pain lances through my consciousness. Blood now flowing freely, I put the weapon away and focus my thoughts on the goal. It helps to push through the pain, at least a little. Kneeling down with fingers extended, warm fluid flows over them and onto the shapes drawn below. My job done, I stand in the center of it all. The sight is no less surreal, no less ghastly than the first time I saw it. Pain still pulses from my fresh wound, blood dripping to the floor beside me. Pushing all unnecessary thoughts aside, I close my eyes and prepare myself. For my happiness, for my love, I have to endure this. I concentrate on imagining the symbols and patterns around me in my mind, surrendering myself as my thoughts and emotions begin to dance and twirl. I let myself be carried away by the current swirling about. How strange this false world is. With my bandages rewrapped and the short trek into town made, I idly stand at the park and watch the people of this place go about their day. They laugh and smile, greet and gossip. Some are tired and weary, while others gleefully skip along. They look so real, yet every last one never existed in the first place. They're all simply figments of Yasue's imagination, memories given form and voice. A world unchanging, which will never fade nor crumble. Where Yasue is in the world, though, I'm not sure. Resigning myself to talking with one such actor in her grand play, I walk up to a yawning elderly man as he waits on a street corner. Excuse me, do you know where Lady Yasue might be? My voice is oddly confident when talking to a total stranger, the experience feeling almost amusing knowing what I do now. Lady Yasue headed to town for a stroll, I believe. You should find her a way south, young lady. He gives a perfectly reasonable reply, despite not an ounce of free will. Struck by curiosity, I wonder if... 6 pancakes, fish, 8, car, telephone. Sorry, young miss, but I must be getting along. With that, he turns and begins to hobble away along the street. The moment anyone here gets unexpected input, they leave rather than attempt to discuss it. They're less controlled puppets and more autonomous robots parroting laughably primitive scripts. Just goes to show how little I meaningfully converse with anyone. The slightest interaction should have shown me this, yet I never even suspected so in all the time I've come here. With a bemused snort, I begin the walk southward. Some ways from the town, beyond the gravel roads and wooden buildings, lie the forests surrounding Old Sapporo. Little more than untamed wilderness, these areas would only be developed half a century later. Some birds squawk in the distance, flying freely in the azure sky above. Trees sway in the breeze, and my footsteps upon the dirt are soft. It may not be as noisy as the city, in this time or mine, but life still continues here as well. Searching for Yasue takes some time, but she finally comes into view some distance ahead. Seeing where she is, it's no wonder she was hard to find. Yasue, what are you doing here? Well, that's quite a way to greet someone. She gives a churlish grin as I walk between the trees to find her, the woman quite content to remain exactly where she is. Once again, I'm reminded of so many old photos with stiff and formal people captured in those rigid poses for years to come. Never did they stand in a forest lazily basking in the warmth around them. Yet, I'm glad for it. We parted on such awful terms, but now she couldn't look more different. To smile in such a cruel prison. I was so glad to see her, and even now I feel at ease in her world. I'm left to wonder how she sees me behind that calm and contented smile. How are you, my dear Honoka? I'm fine. Not much changes for me. Not much changes for me either. She gives a small giggle at her joke, but I can't laugh along. Does she expect me to just ignore what we shared with each other? The loss we've both felt? Yasoe's smile soon falters. No. She didn't expect me to forget my mourning. She wanted me to move past it as she has. But I'm not that strong. I'm not as good of a person as everyone thought I was. How do you do this, Yasoe? Do what? Smile? A silence follows. For all of Yasoe's attempts to lighten the mood, I've simply thrown it back at her. I feel terrible for doing so, but among so many things I don't understand, that's one of the least. As Yasoe's attention turns upward, I follow her gaze. A brilliant and cloudless sky hangs high above us, shining light through the canopies of the trees. I wonder how long it's been since I saw a vivid, clear day like this. I should be sad, shouldn't I? Everyone here is fake after all. I just couldn't bear the solitude of losing anybody else. When I think about it that way, it's such a frivolous way to use these powers, isn't it? Everyone's like that, though. Death is so scary, we don't even want to think about it. If I had your magic, I'm sure I'd do the same. Nobody knows why we may just have the powers we do. Some of us have inhuman lifespans, others can summon terrible powers. This all leads to some doubt whether we can still be considered human at all. Do you? I did wonder. The answer would come to me in 100 years' time. This world looks so vivid and bright, but try as I might, I couldn't fool myself into believing in it. Over time, I lost so many feelings and emotions, dulling myself to cope. Ever since you arrived here, though, for the first time, I felt again. So many emotions and memories I thought I'd lost returned to me brighter than they'd ever been here before. I'm sorry that I couldn't save you. I tried so hard, but you did save me, Honoka. That's why. I'm left a little confused as she pauses, the air about her somewhat different than usual. The warm sun beams down, the field around us basking in its bright gaze. The grass around us rustles in the breeze, slowly picking up to a gentle wind. Honoka, could you close your eyes a moment? I guess. Trusting in her, I obediently shut my eyes. Something swirls around me, my heart racing at not knowing what's happening. A wash of cold envelops my body, but I tell myself to keep them shut. Thank you. You can open them now. Oh, it's so pretty. Opening my eyes, they at first need some time to adjust to the light. It's only after a few seconds that I realize the scene surrounding us. The fireflies. The fireflies. Flicking my head to and fro, I stumble about as I try to keep track of the small lights darting between the trees. Hundreds, thousands of fireflies dance about us in the night air as I shift about. My mother and father stand behind me as I skip through the gardens, my yukata flapping about as I run around. My eyes try to follow one, only for another to zip by and take my attention. So ethereal, so magical, compared to the mundane, glitzy streets of downtown. I turn back to my parents to exclaim how amazing they are, and a woman stands patiently, content to smile and watch me, her yellow yukata matching her eyes, their glow no less bright than the fireflies around us. Yasue, how did you... As her magically imbued eyes join the fireflies' glow in the night's darkness, the reason is perfectly clear. It isn't just the people here. You conjured this world as well? At first, I created fantastical realms. There were dozens, perhaps hundreds of them, all different and wild. Yet, no matter how many I created, I couldn't bear my longing for the world I had ripped from me. To stop myself from going mad, I created the world as I knew it. A world populated by people close enough to be real. That world is the one we're in now. Amazing, Yasue. I couldn't do anything like this. You did something better, Honoka. You saved me. My heart. I lost touch with reality, facing an eternity in solitude. I fell into the delusional reality I created, living as if the ceiling had never happened. I thought that I'd willfully lost my mind and my very sense of self. Honoka, you proved that I'm still human. Wonderfully, horribly human. Oh, look at them. This is the art I used for the thumbnail. This is the scene. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know the scene had all of this lore to it. Oh. I look at her smiling face. Her hand reaches out towards me. At first, she cradles my cheek before gently stroking the side of my face. Far from recoiling, I find myself melting at her touch. I wonder how long it's been since I felt the warmth of another. Far, far too long. The simple feeling of a gentle hand on my cheek is overwhelming. Yasue's kind face looks almost fragile as she shakily speaks. Don't say something like, I couldn't save you. You've already given me so much. It's okay if you can't free me. You don't need to come here every day or show me everything of the real world. You don't need to learn everything about blood magic. I don't care about any of that. I'm just glad that you exist. Just existing is enough, Honoka. I'm so very, very glad that you exist. As long as I can remember, I was meant to be a high achiever, get good marks, be the best I could be. I'd go on to do great things if I applied myself. Is this really fine? Is it okay to stop? I never even considered the possibility. As she cradles my cheek, I know that look in her eyes. She's seen right through me. Perhaps it's the wisdom of age, or simply my nature being easy to read. I've never been a good liar. For the first time, nothing stands between us. The person before me isn't some grand mage, nor a wizened older woman. She's simply human. Wonderfully, beautifully human. As we look at each other, my heart aches. Our eyes close to the fireflies around us. The last barrier between us is gone, the two of us moving to the same script. Yasue gently lowers herself, my chin rising to meet her lips, and... there it is! The kiss! My heart. I always thought my heart was supposed to race at a time like this. That I was supposed to be a mess of feelings and my mind a jumbled heap. Yet, as I feel Yasue's soft lips against mine, tinged by the salt of my tears, my mind is clearer than it ever has been. For the first time I can remember, my feelings make sense. I truly love this woman. Nobody else will remember me. My existence is no less fleeting than the apparitions Yasue conjures. While this world may be false, our two souls are real. More real, it feels, than my own world. Ugly crying in the club tonight. Act 1, Scene 9. Okay, so I'm double checking the email. They said I'm allowed to go, streamers should not play past Act 2, Scene 1. So we can keep going, and we can finish up to Act 2, Scene 1. But we can't do Act 2, Scene 2. Okay. I'm making sure. I wanna obey the rules. Okay. The walk to the cemetery from home is a long one. With little to see and few passing along a road so far from the city, the journey forces a certain amount of reflection. The odd car driving by only accentuates the solitude. As my destination comes into view, I wonder often how I should be coming here. It's a difficult question to ask of anyone. If nothing else, I suppose such visits at least keep the grave in good maintenance. Coming to the ostentatious open gates, I head in without hesitation. The path to Asakawa grave is, after some meandering at first, etched on my mind. A dusting of snow lies atop the stone, but everything looks to be in order otherwise. Cold and impersonal as the stone monument may be, this is all I have. The waves become smaller, she says. Heaving a sigh, I try to refocus my thoughts by flicking off what snow I can. The grave looks a little neater for the effort as I step back and brush the frost off my now cold hands. What I intended to say flows from my lips before I know it, as if my thoughts could wait no longer. Mom, Dad, I found someone I love. It isn't easy to see her, and she's older than I am, but she's kind to me. I wish we met under different circumstances, but I'm happy with her. Aww. The cold stone gives no reply. Even as I talk of happiness, a lump is in my throat. But, my love has to be qualified in so many ways. Even now, I can't see Yasue. A light in my life has finally appeared, yet it flickers so dimly. All I can do is clutch at it tightly, for it's all I have. Yasue survived so many years by herself, when the sheer thought of such fate horrifies me. I wish I could be half as strong as she is, yet she doesn't begrudge me for that at all. For all I've studied Isabella di Moro's notes, there's not one way to avoid the tithe I have to pay. Even the other spells are worthless, being nothing more than objects conjured from blood. To distract myself from my thoughts, I sweep the last of the snow off the gravestone's top. There is, at least, a certain satisfaction in cleaning, of righting the world in some small, trivial way. My job done, I look at my surroundings. Not a soul is to be seen on this cold winter's day, save for a solitary woman up ahead. The vivid red of her kimono pierces the white snow as it falls. She stands alone in haunting silence, just as she always has. Then she turns. My eyes quickly flick downward as she begins to walk in my direction, cursing myself for having stared at such a bad time. Clatter, clatter. Her wooden zori causes a small din as she steps along the concrete path. Clatter, clatter. Her graceful footsteps ring out as regular as a metronome. Clatter. The next step never comes. My heart skips a beat as I notice the woman come to a stop beside me. Miss Asakawa? With no small amount of hesitation, I turn my face to the sword of that dulcet voice, like a penitent schoolchild. Now that I get a better look at the woman, I wasn't wrong about her being a matriarch. Younger than normal, perhaps, but no less stately and aloof in her demeanor. Most striking, though, isn't her clothing, nor the air about her, but her eyes. Those deep, black eyes are strangely captivating, alluring, yet unsettling at the same time, an abyss I already feel myself sinking into as I meekly stared up at her. Utterly lost for words as the snow falls about us, a passing thought crosses my mind. What kind of life gives someone such a gaze? I notice you've watched me every so often. May I ask why? I feel my cheeks blush instantly, awkwardly averting my face to hide it. All I can offer is silence. What other response can I possibly give? Closing her eyes, she thankfully lets the point go. I'll spare your answering in that case. Would you allow me to indulge my selfishness instead by telling a small tale? I absentmindedly nod. The fact we're so clearly alone as she says this plays on my mind. She squarely wanted to talk to me, and only me. There was once a young girl of this city. Her name was Katsuko. She proved precocious, yet disinterested in those around her. Despite the prodding of her elders, she enjoyed the company of books more than people. Her parents doted on her regardless, indulging her interest in any topic and any curiosity. She soon amassed a small library of her own, the world within her own four walls being enough to sate her. That would end one winter's night. The image of gently falling snow, illuminated by brilliant orange flame, etched into her mind. The fire spread in a flash to the wooden structures, for not only would the house succumb overnight, but much of the town around it. The child emerged scarred, yet alive. Of her doting parents, there remained no more than ashes. I'm sorry. She merely closes her eyes, the moment of silence saying more than any words could. Some wounds are far too deep for time to ever heal. She cast her eyes back to where she'd been, the gravestone blotched with lichen, and its crumbling corners weathered. Without me, this grave too will eventually suffer the same fate. The similarity of our past doesn't go missed. Of all the places to feel a connection with another. So you were alone. No, not quite. Her eyes lazily roll back to me. So that's why she's got that burn scar, huh? It's because of the fire. Every action she takes feels languid, as if bored with the very act of moving. Another child also survived, for that young girl had a sister. The two were born to different fathers, their bloodlines those of mages. Is she Yasue's sister? Because Yasue mentioned she had a sister. Where one avoided company, the other adored it. She lived for the attention of others and charmed anyone she met. Perhaps it was fitting the two powers would also be opposite. For the fire, silent judgment would be rendered by the town. One would be pitied, and the other blamed. Those black eyes leer over me, emotionless as the true meaning of her words wash over me. If one lives so long through her magic, then the mage before me might be. At once I feel a panic, a deep urgency to do anything, to say something, yet neither my body nor my mouth will move. Yasue's sister, the one who sealed her so long ago, is the one before me? Far from talking me out of fear, she simply observes me with disinterest. How does she know of us? What can I do with what she's told me? What would Yasue herself think were I to tell her? Why? Tell me this. My words feel pathetic, timidly stuttering into cold air. You are not alone in your sorrows. Surrounding us are so many testaments to that fact. The flowers of summer shall wither, the leaves of autumn shall fall. Against a transient world we are doomed to defiance, to the eternal folly of man. And so the winter's snow shall fall. All things will pass. We are but petals on the wind to such forces. All sense of panic has evaporated as she falls silent, giving way to gray hopelessness. She has no intention of harming me. There's simply nothing I can say against her, nor anything I can do. And she knows it. Isn't it normal to want things to stay as they are? Isn't it normal to not want this? It's only human to want permanence, yet we are born to a changing world. Those we love will pass, our homes will change, and the culture we once knew will slowly become unrecognizable. This is our fate. Of those who have attempted to defy this, many have fallen to the depths of madness. Others have created the darkest chapters of history. There is only suffering to be found in clutching to others, Honoka Asakawa. Learn to let go, lest you be consumed. Consumed? By what? By who? My last words drift unanswered into the cold breeze, the clatter of wooden sandals against concrete ringing out once more. So she knows my full name as well. If I were to ask how, I know I wouldn't get an answer. All I can do is watch as she leaves, that blonde woman opening the door of the waiting car for her. Lady Yonohara, what kind of past has she led for so many years to give her such eyes? That's crazy. So that's her sister, dude? That's fucked up. Act 1, Scene 10, Lamentation of the Lost. I wonder how many acts there are in the scene. This is wild. I know, dude. That's crazy. Sitting on a bench downtown, I idly stare upward at the sunlit sky. The sun is warm here. The noise of cars is gone, and the music of stores silent. Basking in the surreal surroundings, I rub my arm from the aching wound. A rough-hewn man hawks his cheap wares at the side of the road, and a couple of women chat while carrying children on their backs. A dapper gentleman gives a smile and a nod to them as he strolls along, his cane tapping beside him. My vision's briefly blocked by a rickshaw trundling up the road, an old woman enjoying the excitement of the ride. I can't help but see them as people, despite them being little more than actors performing an elaborate script. But this isn't the world of the Meiji era, but of Yasue's mind. An immaculate replica of a past age, but a replica nonetheless. Yet, the sun still shines warmly. The bench I sit on is sturdy and carefully carved, and the buildings up and down the street are built of crafted wood rather than glass and concrete. Rather than uniformed staff silently poised behind counters, hawkers yelled to the passing crowds from open-air storefronts. Horses neigh as people wrestle with their brindles, their scent carrying in the air. How strange that a false world should feel more real than my own. This is a city vivid, almost lurid with life. A city conjured by the woman quickly skipping over in her cheerful, sunflower-colored kimono. Yasue's face is no less warm than the sun beaming over her shoulder as she smiles down at me. But as I come to my feet and her eyes meet mine, I can only think of Yonahara's. That darkness I felt from her sister is entirely absent from Yasue. I catch my reflection in Yasue's calm gaze. It's difficult to see how the two are related, let alone sisters. As her conjured fan disappears, however, I am reminded of one similarity. The two are mages. That same power Yasue used to create this world, Yonahara also possesses. If their powers are opposite, then... Is something the matter, dear? I should tell her what I saw. For days now, I've rehearsed how to explain that meeting at the cemetery. Yonahara's words weigh heavily on my mind, speaking of a past Yasue never told me. A past of suffering, of loss, and of anger. But as Yasue stands before me now, I can't find the words. No matter what I say to her, it would only bring pain. So, I choose the coward's option. Nothing. It's just that this place still feels as surreal as the first time I visited. She accepts the words cheerfully, which only makes me feel worse. I loathe this side of myself. Yasue moves to speak once more, but her eyes drawn to my bulging pocket. She knows what my phone represents now, a rare link to the outside world. It takes me a moment to remember what I'd brought in with me, being so wrapped up with Yonahara. My hand reaches into my pocket to pluck it out, her eyes following with poorly hidden curiosity before eagerly taking the device in both hands as I hand it over. Oh my god. Yasue, you got games on your phone? You got games on your phone? I thought you might like to see how the modern world looks like, so I've been taking some photos over the last few weeks. Yasue looks down to the phone as I unlock it for her, her expression lighting up as the black screen comes to life. Yeah, perfect moment to whip out Reed Shadow Legends. Oh my gosh. Do you think she'd go crazy over Raid? Do you think that's what it would be? Also, hi, Guiar. Welcome in. Look at the little snowman. These are like real pictures. I love that. She's already worked out how to open the photo gallery, pausing for my approval before gingerly tapping it. I'm not a great photographer. They're just some photos I took around the city. All I can do is awkwardly fiddle with my hair as she scans every inch of the thumbnails before pressing on the first new entry. That's the street my house is in. It's a fairly normal residence area these days. That's a car? What are these cables in the air for? These walls? They're not wood, are they? Showing her everything. Peppered with questions from the very first photo, I try to answer each in succession. While pointing out this and that, I'm forced to think about details of modern life I'd simply taken for granted. Already exhausted from just one single of the dozen or so I brought along, I take a seat beside Yasue as she sits to go through the others. The Hokkaido government office! It's still there! It's so pretty. Those buildings around it, though. I've never seen anything that tall. Is that all glass? They're pretty small compared to some skyscrapers. That dish in the background talks to a satellite floating around Earth. I may have moved a little too fast. Yasue's mind's still stuck on the buildings made of metal and glass. The amount that's happened since the late 19th century is a little staggering, now that I think about it. She flips to the next in the stack, a bright red vending machine piled with snow. I certainly don't recognize this. It's a vending machine. You put a coin in, and it gives you a drink that you chose. They got really popular in the years after. That's another topic which will be beyond her. For all the wondrous advances we've made beyond her time, the sufferings of war are barely imaginable, even to a modern person now. Yasue catches my dark expression, waiting for my explanation. That's not something I want to burden her with. Not now, anyway. There's a lot to cover around events that time. If you want, I'll bring some books and go over them another time. With some hesitation, she accepts the blatant sidestepping. I wonder how Yasue would react to the horrors my world has faced compared to hers. Returning to the phone, she swipes across another photo. As townspeople mill about around us, the woman carefully examines every detail in the shot. It's fascinating to watch Yasue swipe through the gallery with one flick of her thumb and then another. The woman whose lived experience was stuck in the Meiji era, navigating a phone with increasing ease. It gives me a new appreciation for how quick humans are at adaptation. The questions she once peppered me with soon become rare, before she finally goes entirely quiet. One after another, she slowly makes her way through the gallery, immersed entirely in a world she could never touch. As minutes go by, I realize that this is the only thing I've ever seen her do in total silence. Photos of cars and trains, decorative lights and advertisements around the city at night, arcade machines and teens playing them at game centers, people using computers and playing with mobile phones, bikes, houses, restaurants, alleyways, and busy roads. Just everyday things. Trivial, meaningless things I'd so often walk right past, all of which utterly fascinate Yasue. I expected to be narrating the experience, explaining this or that. Instead, she looks on in simple, silent wonderment. The feeling I have while watching her is a little wistful, perhaps like a parent watching a child experiencing something for the first time. Everyday life must be very strange from the perspective of someone this era. From soft drink cans to medical advances, life is more comfortable than ever. For better or for worse, we advanced. Then, Yasue reaches the final photos. Crowds waiting at train platforms, tourists dragging luggage about, salarymen on their way to work, and shoppers on a busy weekend. The last photo is a shot taken from downtown, practically from where we sit. The screens and advertisements cover the tall buildings, looming over snowy streets thick with random people. A photo of nothing in particular, just people living their lives. Looking to Yasue, her aura changes. She showed so much delight at the modern curiosities, but her longing for that world behind the glass screen is palpable. No, not the world inside it. The people inside it. My heart sinks as Yasue's lips begin to quiver. I soon realize that it isn't the fingers of sadness plucking at her strings, but barely repressed anger. As she hands my phone back to me, I notice her knuckles going white from her grip. That woman. So much has been taken from me. All for what? The opposite of father, I cannot click the book, yeah. She adapted very quickly. She forgets my existence for some time as she quietly repeats the questions into thin air. I don't dare speak up. Yonohara's existence would only rub salt in the wound. As much as she may grieve those she's lost, Yasue's anger at the one who took them from her is no less raw. Even after having met Yonohara, though, I can't guess at her reason for sealing Yasuo away. She seems like a perfectly kind, warm person compared to Yonohara's cold, even arrogant demeanor. Time to think over our brief talk hasn't helped endear her to me at all. If there was any way for me to help, even just to get revenge for you. Suddenly reminded that I'm here, her mind snaps back into the present as she looks back towards me. The hate in Yasue isn't stifled that easily, her stilted smile hardly convincing nor reassuring. There's nothing to be done, dear. The fact that I have someone like you here is enough. She reaches over to stroke my hair with her right hand, but as an odd fit of burning willpower sparks inside me, I tightly grasp it with my own hands instead. I might not be much use to anyone, but for the woman I love, you don't have to hold back. I'll do anything for you, Yasue. Then stay, Honoka. Just a little while longer. Stay with me. She gives an indulgent smile as she clasps my hand with her own, staring into my eyes as she does. I smile, or try to, but my eyes are so barely free of tears. I'm reminded of those words spoken in the cemetery. Where one avoided company, the other adored it. She lived for the attention of others and charmed anyone she met. There's no doubt the two are truly related. Yonohara knows her too well. How Yonohara could do this to her own sister, I don't understand. No matter the reason, one walks free and the other languishes in a cage. For Yasue, my life will appear a momentary flicker. No matter how deep our love, I can't free her nor raise a hand to Yonohara. Our time together will be but a blink in her lifetime of solitude. Whether in my world or hers, I can't save her. My heart. Act 1, Scene 11. Some people find comfort in cafes, chatting with friends, others at coffee shops with coworkers while discussing the day ahead. Some would tinker at home, surrounded by this personal project or that. For me, the place of comfort would be the Meiji world of Yasue's mind. Until then, though, the library will have to do. Oh my god, you put the cat ears on me? Meow. Meow. As the shuffling of Shino's work echoes about the quiet room, I silently scan the passages of my favorite book, Isabella Mora, Le Rime. Its pages aren't worn from age, but from use. It was this which sparked my interest in Italian literature to begin with. Her rather more useful books live on my desk, undisturbed. Nobody can know about it. Nobody can know about us. Immersed in reading the collection of her sonnets, I come to the final verse of my favorite poem. Her grief-stained words take on new significance, absent-mindedly mumbled under my breath as I read them. Already, there is no harm in summer or winter, for neither heat nor frost is ever felt. Therefore, all their hope, brother, is vain. Yes, those will be the final words of hers which I remember. With that, I close the book before me. You like that book? Shino's friendly voice makes me look up, the box beside her previously full of books to shove away, now empty. She sure isn't the type to enjoy a comfortable silence or a quiet moment without some distraction. It's a collection of Isabella di Mora's poetry, with some notes and things. I read them every so often. Oh. Brother, I gotta blow my nose again. Hold up. Ugh. How am I making so much snot? I don't understand. My body is just a snot machine. I'm a factory at the mucous membrane facilities. Okay. Oh, you know her? Not at all. Her attempt at striking up a conversation is earnest, if nothing else. I'm impressed you can read them, though. They're in Italian, I'm guessing? I give another quiet nod. While not wanting to be abrasive, I want to keep this world private from her. Isabella's work is difficult to read given its age, hailing from the 16th century, just as certain other books, but is no less captivating for it. Indeed, that goes to show the universal nature of her feelings. Oh my gosh, Celeste, welcome in. How are you guys? What were y'all up to? You were doing, you were crafting? What were you making? Yeah, welcome in, Raiders. Looking back down at the book's worn cover, a familiar feeling rises within me. A wish that I hadn't taken this road, that I'd been interested in normal things and led a normal life with others. Even now, I can't help but ward off Shino's overtures. It's funny. Sometimes I feel like you should be the one doing this. You actually like a reading, after all. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Celeste sends their love. They had to raid and run after a long night of perler art during a bit of heat wave. Yeah, no worries. Thanks so much again, Celeste, for the raid. And I've seen pictures of the perler art that she's been working on I'm pretty sure like her Twitter and her Blue Sky. Yeah, they look really, really cute. I'll have to look and see what progress she's made since then. But yeah, of course, no problem. And for those of you who raided in, if you also need to raid and run, that's a-okay. If you need to get some food or sleep or bathroom, whatever you got to do for yourself, feel free to do what you got to do. We're just playing A Tithe in Blood, which is a dark fantasy yuri visual novel. But yeah. You don't like books? I barely read anything outside of articles on the net these days. Don't know a lick of Italian either, so you're doing better than me already. You almost sound proud of that. Just the opposite. I'm a bit ashamed, really. The students here are all way more talented than I am, and there's nothing stopping me from learning other than laziness. You only have so much time in your life to learn new things, I suppose. Oh, it's not for lack of time, that's for sure. I suppose I like to learn a little bit about a lot rather than a lot about a little, if that makes sense. Shino and I really are nothing alike. Trying to put her out of my mind, I glance out the window. The depth of winter isn't far away, with the snowfall only becoming heavier and sky more overcast. How do people live so easily? Shino can smile and chat so thoughtlessly just as Yasue does. Instead, I just have a hollow, an emptiness that indulging myself in books can't fill, no matter how hard I try. I'd perhaps hoped that finding love would fill that void, only to have her denied from me thanks to my health. Yet, Yasue smiles every time we meet, while I walk free in a gray world. How are you so cheerful all the time? Something breaks within me as I say the words. No, it's simply an admission that I was already broken. I'm good at faking it. If you mean that in the way I think you do, it's not like I know what I'm doing in life. I just go with the hand I'm dealt. Sometimes it's a flush, others it's a fold. Her advice is so similar to Yasue's. Her smile's no less honest, just as she is in everything she does, but it's no more reassuring. I don't hate Shino. I don't think I ever have. Rather, I admire her. She enjoys even menial work, never minds her prosthetics, and adapted just fine to a job that's clearly ill-fitting for her. The air becomes a little awkward as I fall silent. I didn't have any particular goal in mind when bringing up such a topic, and Shino's left twisting in the wind about how close she really is to me. I'm sorry, I got trapped in Beza's jail right after the raid, but I hope the stream is going good. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, I was just saying I have to check out and see if Celeste posts the updates on her Perler bead art, because I've seen some of them before, but I need to see what I missed. But yeah, if you guys gotta take care of yourself and raid and run too, I understand. We're just playing Yuri visual novel, A Tithe in Blood. It does talk about blood, as the name suggests. So if you get a little squeamish about blood stuff and like blood magic, it's okay. Also, Kinana, thanks for the head pats. I appreciate it. Yeah, this one does have some darker themes to it. So just in case you gotta watch out for yourself, I understand. Seeing no way out of the subject, and already regretting bringing it up, I take to my feet and make to leave as I slide the book into my bag and sling my coat over my shoulder. Sorry for bringing it up. I didn't mean anything by it. I have to run some errands today, so I'd better be off. No problem. See you around, Honoka. Yeah, see you. It feels weird having her address me by name. Already feeling restless from the anxiety, I quickly shuffle myself out. As I glance back on the way out the door, I notice Shino already playing with her phone. My existence to her, too, will be nothing but a fleeting moment. Voices echo around the cramped university's washroom as freezing water washes over my hands, two women chattering beside me. Out of habit, I eavesdrop on their conversation while subtly looking under my brow at their reflection. Both students by the looks of them. The three of us probably the only ones left on campus by now. As if they weren't already obvious by their trendy jackets, jewelry, and dresses, they gossip about the dates they each have planned for the evening. One talks to the other to loosen her nerves. There's a certain gaiety to their voices, both chattering like giddy schoolgirls. I've seen so many romance movies, read of it in books, and seen innumerable posts about it on people's feeds. Romance was something wonderful and fluffy, sometimes fiery and passionate, other times warm and comforting. Surrounded by the cold concrete of the washroom, I wonder why I can't make myself feel like that. With all the money I could need to buy fancy clothes, all I have to my name are hoodies and old sweaters. Just as Yonohara said, style and fashion change, slowly becoming unfamiliar. That's normal. It's me who isn't. The world keeps changing, but I can't keep up. Frozen in time, I can only watch others live their lives so effortlessly. As I watch them, one of the women catches my gaze. My heart skips a beat and I quickly shift my eyes downward, but I catch a familiar reflex in her expression as I do. An uneasiness at the creepy person before her. She quickly suggests they leave, her friend following as she shuffles out the door. The door latches shut with a metallic thud, and I'm alone once more. With my hands soaking wet by now, I finally turn off the tap and look forward. The bags under my eyes are worse than they've ever been. My skin is a ghostly pale. I must look like some malevolent spirit rather than a university student. Perhaps I should go home. There's nobody there for me, though. I could go downtown and drift amidst the sea of strangers for a time, but it's pointless, just filled with shops hawking goods I don't need. There's nowhere for me now. The only place, the only person I belong to. My body stops me from visiting. I'm alone in this concrete box. I simply stare, unable to move. My feet feel like anchors. Perhaps it's from anemia or just wanting to avoid being seen by others. My heart begins to race. Adrenaline suddenly pouring through my body, but it has nowhere to go. A sense of panic wells up inside as I stare at the image in the mirror. The person in the mirror is disgusting. They're a coward who can't tell Yasue about her own sister. Their magic is a hollow mimic of the real thing. What would others think of their shameful habit, the resulting scars so barely hidden under their sleeve? Their own appearance creeps others out. They can't cook for themselves, their interests are weird, and they can't keep a single friend. I don't like them. Why is my love so different? Why can others live so easily? Why am I always so tired? In one shudder, the train, that unknown person died. Nobody knew or cared as they buried themselves in their phones. Once the blue tarpaulin was draped over them, they ceased to exist. It was as if they never existed in the first place. For me too, would it be so bad if this paralyzed soul ceased to exist in this world? The house lies cold, having turned off the heating. The bathroom and kitchen taps are still, checked again for any dripping. The bed lies carefully set, crisp and neat as ever. Standing in the living room after my last round of checks, I'm confident that nothing will present a problem for those who come after. How odd is it to be so particular about such unnecessary things? I suppose it's only natural after a lifetime of being told not to be a pain for others. I take one last look around the room, engraving it on my memory. Everything from the immaculately swept hardwood floors to the carefully wiped low table, its veneer having flaked off in a corner. My life completely changed, but the house never did. In the end, a human life is no different than magic. Once you let go of the rock, it simply drops. Now it's time for me to finally let go. Fearful of letting hesitation build, I turn and make the walk up the stairs to my study. What a mess this room is in comparison. Assorted notes lie strewn on the book in the desk center, still open to the pages on transference. The floor is tarnished, wine-dark stains punctuated with dusty remnants of chalk circles and glyphs. Stepping over the mess, I come to the desk. Taking a moment to clean what I can from this room as well, I pull open a drawer and place my laptop inside, followed by the paper reminders and bookmarks. I have little need for them after this. My last job done, I put my fingers to the book's pages. These words started it all and will now serve to end it all. Taking the chalk from beside it, I crouch and begin to carefully draw the intricate patterns. The tapping of chalk on wood is almost rhythmic, echoing about the small study as if on a classroom's blackboard. After a few minutes' work, I right myself and replace the chalk on my desk. Taking my knife in hand, I idly wonder how many times I've done this ritual. How many times the simple act of seeing someone I loved took from so much from me. I suppose that hardly matters now. I take a breath to steady myself and bring the blade to my arm. To give myself one final moment to back down, I take one last look around the room. Oh my God, the teddy bear! This house has seen the laughter of my friends during visits and the chatter of my mom and dad as I return from school. Birthday parties heard throughout the rooms and get-togethers with relatives bringing their gossip and stories. That's gone now. All that's here is me. Me and this horrible, unending silence. A silence which became too much to bear. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself to slash the knife across my skin. Stifling my whelp of pain, I watched the warm blood trickle down my wounded arm. For all Yasue talks of her precious memories keeping her going, mine have only given me pain. Pain which will no longer be mine to bear, as I crouch and carefully trace out the marks about me. Coming to my feet, I already feel the magic taking hold earlier than it ever has before. Perhaps in my last moments I finally found the true strength of my hollow magic. Practice makes perfect, I think to myself in dark amusement. My heart races as the full realization of what I'm about to do creeps up on me. But it's all too late. My fate is sealed. I took one look out the window one final time. My last view of this world is of the bare branches of nearby trees, faintly peering out from the forlorn winter's fog. Then it's gone. We completed Act 1! Oh my god. This really is that fucking meme, holy shit. This really is the meme of like the fucking noose with the anime girls in the middle of it. Come on, Anon, let's go to the anime world. The tithe one must pay. Act 2, Scene 1. Okay, this is the last part we can play before we gotta stop. So, a terrible chill hangs on the air, the season proving bitter as it so often is here. On this cold day, a great throng of students slowly shuffles through the piled snow of the university. The day's lecture is finally over. Some gossip freely with friends, while others fawn over their partners. Most, however, stroll silently. Oh, this is just like the beginning of Act 1, Scene 1. Amidst the sea of people walks one unremarkable student among many. Honoka Asakawa. At 20 years old, she's a humanities student in her third year. Academically talented, to say the least, she passed her entrance exams for Hokkaido University with flying colors. With no friends to speak of, nor classmates she keeps contact with, she cuts a solitary figure amidst the crowd as she walks to the station. Turning back from watching that reclusive woman from the library window, I turn to my new coworkers in discontent. It doesn't feel right manipulating her like this. Oh shit, the gang's all in on it? Manipulating Honoka is exactly what we're not doing. The client was clear. We can only make a move once she gives the go-ahead. Until then, all we can do is keep an eye on her. Kaoru's in no better a mood about this than I am. Her annoyance boiling over as she pushes herself off the table she was leaning on. I don't get it. What's with all the hush-hush? Can't we just grab her and the book and get this over with? The client was... All right. Excuse me for not wanting to sit on our asses for weeks. I will admit, such an open-ended job doesn't sit right with me. It is what it is. We've taken on worse jobs before. Also, thank you for the hydrate. Yes, I will sip some more. This paycheck had better clear. That's all I'll say. Satisfied she's quelled the rebellion, Tatiana turns back to me. You sure you're good to do this, Shino? You're new to our detective agency, after all. The only private detective agency run on this side of a bar, I'd wager. Or the only bar run on the side of a detective agency. I'm still not sure which. Kaoru and Tatiana have been in this game together a while. Years now. I can't say I've ever tried being a private detective myself, nor played the librarian, but I'll try anything once. It's not like I don't have time. I'll be fine. Being a librarian will be a nice change of pace. Why pick me to do this, though? We needed someone with the time to take on a part-time job, so that ruled me out. Needing someone who could hold their tongue ruled out Kaoru. Hey. I give a smile to the two of them before looking out the window. I suppose there are worse places to be working during a harsh winter. Now that you've finished insulting me, I'll head out. Take it easy, Shino. She gives a brief wave, which I return before she saunters out. Tatiana moves to follow her, but pauses for a few moments. Yeah? Good luck. Call me if anything comes up. I will. That was clearly not what she wanted to say. Knowing Tatiana, I wouldn't get a straight answer if I tried. With that, Tatiana's flowing coat swings about her as she turns on her heel. It's an amusing contrast her with Kaoru as she walks out, every movement she makes feeling thoughtlessly imposing. Straight answer. True. Now alone with my thoughts, I look over the library and take stock of the situation. This will be my second home for the next few weeks, or months, for all we know. I must admit, it feels a little lonely here. Something not helped by the faint noise of students and staff outside. Pushing such thoughts aside with a hearty snort, I roll up my sleeves and get started on stocking books. This might just be a means to get close to Honoka, but that doesn't mean I can't do the job right. Oh, we gotta stop here. We gotta stop here. That's the end. That was so fast. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Okay, save. All right, we gotta save there. We gotta continue this next week. Oh my gosh. Oh, it was so good. It was so fucking good. Ah, my heart. Oh, and now, right as we enter scene 2, it's this whole new thing of like, oh my god, there's an entire other story we have yet to see. I'm so desperately, I want to know what's going on with these characters. Because we've only seen a little bit of them. But now I'm like, now we have so many unanswered questions that I'm hyped for. This was fantastic. This was so fucking good, dude. I loved this so far. For those of you on the YouTube side, if you want to check it out, I have the link to this game, the Steam page, in the description. If you want to wishlist it or if you want to buy it for yourself, because the full game is officially out. You can just straight up buy the game if you want to play it yourself. And then on Twitch side, I have a little command set up. Boop. In case you guys want to check it out, there's the Steam page for you guys, Twitch side. There you go. But yeah, that is officially our stream today. Oh my gosh, it was so good. I had to like hold back tears on some parts. It was really good. The writing is fantastic. The art is gorgeous. The music is very, very immersive. I really loved the OST for this. Really went fucking hard. Like, actually. Yeah, it was so good. I loved it a lot. All right, let's see. Who is online? Who can we raid out to? Yeah, it was amazing. I really hope you guys will consider supporting the devs and wishlisting, which is free, or even buying a copy of this game for yourself. Oh my god, Harper. Mwah. Thank you for popping in. I love you too. Yeah, let's see who's here. Who can we raid out to? I'm seeing. Maybe Elden Ring or Lies of P. Also, I see the kissy. There's your kissy redeem. Let's do Lies of P. I think that's who we'll raid out to. We'll raid out to my friend Tiff. Okay. So let's set it up. Whoop. Let me mute that. Whoopsie. Okay. So we're gonna raid Tiff, who's currently playing Lies of P. And yeah, I hope you guys will check out the game on Steam. It's so good. I can't wait to play more of it soon. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be movie night in the Discord. If you want to pop in, we're going to be watching the OG, the animated Lilo and Stitch movie. If you guys want to come in and watch, aka the superior Lilo and Stitch movie, we'll be watching that tomorrow in the Discord. But yeah, hopefully I will see you guys tomorrow for movie night in the Discord. But if not, no worries. I'll see you when I see you. I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful night. And good night.